Hello, guys. We are back in day 4 of Mobile Legends Esports European Championship. With me today is Zakota. Welcome back, Zakota. You were not present in the pre-show for a pretty long time, so really excited to have you here.
And I'm excited as well. I can't wait for today's games as well. I mean, they're so good. I think I'm gonna watch every single game today. Like again, just repeat them. They're just gonna be so nice, Nish.
Yeah, I totally agree. Last Sunday was such a blast. Like I can't really even describe like how excited it was because last Sunday we have the first deciders. And today we again have first deciders, but on the lower part of the of the bracket, I would say, because last Sunday we had the fights for getting invites directly to the playoffs, and today we have the deciders, which will kick off the teams from MEC permanently. So it will be super exciting to see who will stay in MEC and who is going to get out.
But yeah, let's take a quick look at the brackets. Of course, last week we had the Memento Mori and Jackpot's game and Metashift and Fake Time. The two promoting teams there were Metashift and Memento. Two amazing games back to back, and of course, the best of ones were really nice as well, Nish.
Yeah, the best of ones were really excited. Like Stolen Angels against Revenant Order. I have to say, I was so surprised by how Revenant Order were playing. But yeah, even Minerva Fury against Glitch Code. It was also a very interesting game. I'm not gonna lie, like Glitch Code is really getting more and more surprising as the tournament is going, and I really like how they are evolving. So my god, like it's super exciting. And today the best of ones we are going to have again, like I can describe how excited I am for Misa Esports against Teeniyi Bambusel.
I have to agree. I think that's the game I'm going to look forward to. It's a best of one, so the best is going to take the chance. But last week, you noticed, I mean, Minerva Fury versus Glitch Code, you said something about the Glitch Code. I agree with you. When that team builds up the momentum, I think they're going to be unstoppable. They're just doing amazing plays. They're making little mistakes. And I think they're a contender for the, qualification.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we should I think continue with what we are expecting for today. So the first game of today is going to be Honor against Eternal Oblivion, which will be again best of one. I won't put my predictions here, but I think that I know where I would put my money because, with all due respect, I think Honor is performing really well as an invitee, but at the same time, I think this tournament is just bringing in so much experience. So I hope that Honor is going to capitalize on all the experience they're going to get through this tournament, and next year they're going to come even stronger.
I mean, I agree with you completely. Honor has been making some amazing plays, some unexpected picks as well on the XP with the Martis, if I remember correctly. But the game I'm really excited about today is going to be the last game, Renta versus AKKE.
I
Two
know,
Polish
I
teams, two
know.
Polish titans.
Actually, I'm so excited about it as well because you know the I don't know how to say it properly, but it's totally different when you are playing the team that is coming from the same country as you. And for both of those teams, they are mostly put together just from Polish players. So imagine the rivalry they have to have. That's just that will be so exciting. And I think that even the crowd during the game is going to be really excited. But then again, we have also one really important decider today, and that's Omni Knights against VoidKids.
Zedel the GOAT, who knows? Maybe it is going to be his last ride going with Surge. But on the other
Oh
hand, it's a
my
best
god.
of three. He has three
Yeah.
chances to prove us wrong. Maybe he's going to go to a full series. I mean, I hope it goes. It's gonna be so exciting. I mean, I have so much respect for Zedel. Last week, he did a pretty good job against Ini Bambuse, but he did a really good game on Baxia, and it was unexpected for me because he's known as an assassin player, even as a fighter, maybe jungler, but a tank. I've never seen him play tank jungle. I mean, I've seen him a bit on Fredrin, only in ranks though. But he impressed me. He was playing flawlessly. Just some
Yeah.
minor mistakes from the team, and that just ends up to a loss.
Zakota, I have one more thing because we were talking about it during our casters meeting. The whole team of Void Kids. they don't really, like as we were talking about, they don't really have the trust between themselves. The synergy is not there yet. But as you mentioned, this will be a best of 3, so maybe, just maybe, they will switch another gear, and during the best of 3 they can find the switch during the second game maybe. Like I don't want to make like 100% predictions, but I think that Omni Knights also need to prove a lot in this tournament. Like they lost 2 games, and I think that they are also very hungry because the squad is composed of the champions of EMC. So I think they have the most to prove in this tournament. And right now they are not proving anything. So I think the pressure on them is also there. So that will be also an exciting match, but in a different kind of aspect, I would say.
I agree with you completely. It's gonna be just a decider. I mean, it's 2 basically new teams. They have new members. They changed their core a little bit. Of course, I mean, ZL has been keeping, improving. But on the other hand, most of his, squad mates, I would say, I think they're really lacking, as you said, the trust, the synergy build up between them. I think they're just, I wouldn't say a panic team, but they just don't have enough experience with each other. I mean, I know Yank is a really good player, a really good mage player, just a good player all around, multiple roles on jungle, on XP. I know Yankee can do good.
But we saw something like this even with Jackpots. They are one of the strongest team on paper, and if they don't click, they just don't perform in such way that we are used to. So I think that it could be something even for them. Like they need to find something that is working for them, something that would change the playstyle, because it's really like if any of you were really watching closely their games, I wouldn't say that they were unorganized, but I think that if they don't flow in the same energy, they're just always one step behind.
I mean, it's just the momentum build up. Whenever you don't have a momentum, you cannot do anything. There's nothing to push you backwards. I mean, speaking from, a player standpoint of view, like if the enemy is strong and you're just, getting pushed, like look on here, example, you're getting pushed back. Look how far Kings are getting pushed back in the tower by Momentum Ori. That is going to give them just an opportunity to go to top, to do anything, just to transfer the momentum over and over and over and take the fights. I mean, look at this. They just kept the momentum going. This was game number 1, of course. But still, in the early lead, they were just doing an amazing job. I mean, here, Walkie, I think, turned the momentum around. They took that turtle, they took that fight. And, I mean, it's just a brawl, back and forth brawl.
Yeah. Actually, we were talking about it a lot, that a lot of these games are turning into a brawl during MEC. Like the teams that really focus on the macro, like they usually come on top of the games.
I mean, I think everyone remembers Fake Time. I believe it was versus Revenant Order, if I'm not mistaken. That it was like a Pinoy game, as they said. It was just like a Filipino game. They were just playing perfectly. They were looking for a correct trace. They were not going out for fights. They were split pushing. They were just farming. They were just doing a perfect job. I think the score at the end was 9-3 or something like that. But still, it was, I believe, a 15-minute game. It was a long game and only like so few deaths and so few fights.
Exactly.
It's not expected for us.
There were like 6 kills on one team and like maybe 4 on the other. Like it was really low count of kills for what we are seeing during MEC, because even like when we were talking about AKKE, like they should be less brawling, more controlling, because they are really good at controlling the pace. Because from time to time when they really focus on the macro, like I remember some games from AKKE, for example, where they were behind on kills, but they were totally dominating the lanes. And I think that that's something that shows like how focused can you be and how on point with the goals the whole team is. That's super important. And I think this is something that the whole Europe needs to get more experience, because if you are playing even like if you're watching the international stage, like you really need to understand that this game is not about you having multiple kills. It's about you destroying your enemy base, and that's the beginning and end of the whole game. So yeah, and we were even talking, and I want to ask you, to maybe repeat it to the viewers, because it was such an interesting topic that right now the meta shifted so much that you really need to get the first objectives. Like the first objectives are so crucial for the development of the whole game.
I mean, this goes especially well for like tank junglers or maybe like a Lancelot hybrid build, you know? Because it's gonna just give you that advantage if you're gonna keep farming. That was in, I believe, the last season of MEC. Why Memento Mori won? Because the Lancelot got the first objective, I believe was Uzin on jungle. He just got the first Lancelot objective. He kept farming the XP wave. He was just going there, he was farming and farming and farming. And he was just keeping that momentum going. He was not letting a minute go to waste. He was farming. He was not looking for fights. He was pushing towers, taking plates. And that's important because you don't win by just walking around. You need to actually push the objectives, fight for the objectives, like close on turrets. But a quick look at this, something unexpected here. Granger is popping through so much.
And we saw so many great performances on Granger. Like Dracy, she was so on point with the Granger during the game with jackpots. Like I think that was really important plays by her. And even the other games, like I think that Granger was a decisive factor in a lot of game we saw last weekend.
I mean, I agree with you because he is not an attack speed hero. He is a skill kind of damage hero. So you cannot counter him by getting blade armor or stuff like this or chassis pauldron. So it's just gonna be a solid damage dealer all around. He has long range, he has spammable skills, but the most banned, I mean, this looks completely normal. I was expecting it to be like this. I mean, CC is so strong, so versatile.
And right now she's really strong.
I mean, you know, on gold, you can put her on roam, you know. I mean on roam, on XP. Yeah. She can just dual lane. You never know where to draft the CC in. Maybe they draft a Lapu Lapu in that, and maybe Lapu Lapu goes XP or Lapu Lapu goes gold, and CC, you know, these top places. It's such a well-rounded hero for multiple, you know, scenarios. Same with Baksha, I think. Baksha is a bit slept on. I mean, yeah, he is weaker on the XP side now, but still you can play him on the roam, I believe we saw him. So it's such a versatile hero. These heroes really, like, you know, pique my interest whenever I'm drafting or like I'm looking at the draft. I'm thinking, man, where would we go?
I wanted to rename the most banned heroes. I would rename it to the most annoying heroes in game because I hate to play against Kimi. I hate to play against Zushin. Like, oh my god, that's like if I see that they're playing on the other team, I'm just, oh my god, this is going to be such annoying game. Like I don't want to play. But then again, like everything is like you can always play against these heroes, but it's always like so annoying.
Because they just put so much pressure.
Yeah, exactly. And that's CC as well. Like I hate playing against CC because she is so fast, and the sustain she has, like it's ridiculous. Like she can get out of almost all situations.
I mean, for me, the only hero that does this to me nowadays is just Badang. Like, I have a problem against Badang. When I'm playing, whatever, doesn't matter if I'm playing with a good team or, like, you know, against a bad team. If they have a Badang, I'm always gonna, like, have an issue with him for some reason. I don't know, he's just a hero I completely hate because he has so many thrombal stuns. Like, I play Assassins, a ton, now because of the changes. Whenever I'm playing, like, Hayabusa, I'm dashing to him, he pushes me back, I cannot get my ultimate on him. He ults me then, you know, and then he stuns me with the wall. Like, stuff like this, you know. You can easily counter it, but you don't want it. It's just so, like, you have to lock in, really, to try to counter him. But, like, when you're just playing for fun, you're just playing brainlessly. I mean, Badang is so annoying and so... I mean, the other day I was playing against Vlados. I was on a really old jungler on Balmond jungle. I was playing for fun with some friends. The enemy had damaged Badang. Me as a Balmond, I was 1v1ing him. He was killing me every single time. I mean, it was so annoying. I was not expecting to do so much damage and have so many stuns and so repetitive skills. And you just don't expect it. Like, these heroes, I think they could work. I mean, even Jawhead, he wasn't during that game and he was targeting the jungle and he's doing such an amazing job. He can throw minions into the turret, as you know, to remove the shield. There are so many heroes that are, like, how can I say this, unpicked, unloved heroes. They could work, but they're so hard to make, you know, work right. Like, I think AKKE likes to pick the Badang, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Toby is an enjoyer. Yeah, he's an enjoyer of the hero. he's doing good plays.
I would like to see one more time the list of most big heroes, because I'm not sure that if I saw it correctly, but yeah, I didn't see him there. I miss the Grok here.
Yeah, the Grok. It's such a good pick, but so awkward.
But at the same time, right now, like, he's really strong. He can like alter the flow of the game so much, and that's why I wanted to check one more time, because I felt that he's really missing in the in this chart. Yeah, I just got the information that Grok is on the 10th place, but at the same time, like, what the hell? Like, I feel that he has such a big presence in the game when someone is picking Grok, like, you know that the Grok is in the game.
I mean, yeah, he can freeze the waves at the start of the game and alter completely the freeze system, you know, because if your XP freezes or you freeze on gold, you're gonna have a bigger advantage because the enemies have to come closer to you so you can poke them more. And that's where I think Grok shines a ton. I think we saw Kingsta doing it on game number 2 against Jackpots. He was just freezing at the start, he was freezing lords, he was freezing minions into mid-wave. I mean, he's so versatile, as I said. And, I mean, it was the Romanians play, Teeniyi Bambusel versus AKKE. I remember Toby was completely harassing Danzo in the jungle. He was using his little golem. It walked all around the jungle before it got to him. And, you know, these are like the moments you see, damn, this hero is so annoying. Next game, I think I'm gonna ban him. I mean, it's just like a unique hero. Like, it got revamped recently. I mean, I believe right now Freya is unbanned, Nish?
It should be.
So maybe you're gonna see some Freya peaks. I don't think she's that great, but it was the same with Alice. People didn't know how to build her properly, how to play her. And now when people realize how strong Alice is, she's, I believe, one of the most picked and one of the strongest XP laners.
Yeah, actually, there was a lot of talks about Alice that the rework is not really working properly, but at the same time, like, she's performing so well right now. So I don't know, like, even in the tournament, like, a lot of really important plays were done by Alice. I have to say.
Again, Memento Mori versus Jackpots. What an amazing show! I mean, what upset coming in from the Gatchet, and Alice follows up with the ultimate. I mean, just so much AoE range. People would say, yeah, you can play, what was it, on the XP. You can play Yuzhong on the XP, but you're not going to have the same impact as an Alice. Yeah, you're going to counter Alice in the lane, but Alice can stun all of your team. Yuzhong can maybe go for 1 or 2. But, like, Alice is just he has so much more impact on the game than, like, let's say, Lapu Lapu is a pretty good pick into Alice. But, I mean, because he has the early game advantage. He has the faster ultimate recharge. He has the better, rotation. But Alice still has that factor that you can always go for a setup.
Actually, I totally agree with you. But at the same time, I think that we need to really emphasize and highlight some things that you are going to see today. One is, of course, the best place in Europe. And I think that you will enjoy the games as much as I will, because there are 2 matches that I'm really, really looking forward to. But at the same time, to all of you, you will have a lot of chances to get giveaways. So don't forget for all of you to join our Discord. And at the same time, we launch a new collaboration with Chinsbond, our really good friend on Instagram, where you can also get a great giveaways for Saber skins. So don't miss on that one as well. Like, I hope there's a moderator in the chat and can give you all the links and everything that you need. And the last thing, and also like the very important thing, we have a clip contest. So if you see the best clip in this game, don't forget to clip it, send it to us, and then again you are once again in for a lot of prizes, because I think that all of us can enjoy if we have our most favorite hero dressed well in a good skin. So I think that that's something that we can give you as a reward for being here, supporting us. Because if you are supporting Search, you are supporting the whole European region. And with the whole initiative, next year is going to be even a bigger banger than this year. So, guys, enjoy today. Zakota, thank you for being here with me on pre-show. I know that you are going to enjoy as a caster, so you will see Zakota. You don't have to say goodbye. But for me, guys, enjoy, and I will see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
And we're back. I'm here, joined by Scared. We're gonna have an amazing series, Honor vs Eternal Oblivion. I think it's gonna be a game for the ages. Two strong teams coming head to head. One of the invitee teams from the wildcard this year, Honor, of course, representing the Georgian community, and Eternal Oblivion from Relegation's promotion. Another strong titan here.
That's one of the biggest things out here, right? But we've seen both Honor. We've actually seen Eternal Oblivion more because Honor, again, as you rightly mentioned as well, was one of the team which was eventually invited into the regular season. However, here's the thing, right? You can't really underestimate this team whatsoever. When they were playing previously, we could clearly see the potential that they had. Yes, a bit of a refinement is needed, but I still feel that Honor has actually got to eventually qualify for the main playoff stage.
I agree with you on that, but still, it's gonna be a best of one series. So whoever plays their comfort, whoever wins for their comfort, is gonna take the series. I mean, it's gonna be so hard because you have to focus on one game. You're gonna have to give it all. Usually with best of threes, you have 3 games. You know, if you go take it to a full series, you're gonna have the first game. Let's say you lose, second game you win the third game, or maybe you lose the third game. Who knows? But you're gonna get more riled up. You're gonna be a little bit more attentive. But here, it's a best of one, so everything is on the line. Again, Honor and Eternal Oblivion, two clashing titans. I cannot wait. But let's take a quick look at, the rosters. We have Michael, Asmodeus, Hennes, Frisky, and Night Lovell. Asmodeus loves his Alice jungle. And Night Lovell with that Martis. Man, oh man. Deadly. That's all I can say.
Forget. Absolutely, I 100% agree, right? And this entire roster has got something to prove at this point. I really want to see major step up coming in from Asmodeus as well, because I know that this man on jungle can actually do it. I just want to make let's be honest, I want to see a bit of a depth in that hero pool too. But in best of ones, yeah, that's not really possible.
And everyone here looks so nice. Everyone has a beard. But,
what?
Frisky is getting risky. Will he be getting maybe an odd roamer? I mean, I've been seeing a lot of the Hellcourts pop back up. The Guinevere's as low. We saw it, I believe it was in Silencer's hand. The Guinevere roam, man. That thing was deadly whenever he was not missing the jumps. But still, let's, again, Eternal Oblivion. We have Hangi, Jian, Origami, Paxi, Professor. We saw Origami defending those lords against AKKE in day number 1. 32-minute game, if I'm not mistaken. It was 5 lords from AKKE. And Origami had 3 holy crystals at one point. Just imagine the damage that Eve was doing. It's a game for the ages.
And here's the thing, right? It was because of him that eventually AKKE was not able to end that game. And for as long as he survived out there, the team was eventually winning out those fights, because again, the real world manipulation came into play, and you mentioned already those 3 holy crystals. As much as damage he was doing, he was clearing those, you could say, mega minions and super minion waves so very quickly, which you'd not really expect to happen in certain scenarios, right? And that's one of the big thing happening out there. The amount of damage output which was there, yeah, you don't really expect any of that to happen.
I agree with you on that, Skier, but some people have been asking, what do I have in my background, over my left shoulder? It's, something I picked up on the Surge Fit Club. I mean, people, join the Discord, look on the Surge Fit Club, because you're gonna have amazing prizes and stuff, you can get from it. If you work out, you're gonna be healthier, you're gonna be feeling better about yourself, and you're gonna win prizes along the road. I mean, we have challenges from Zedel, and I believe from Fake Time, from Georgi, if I'm not mistaken, who is the heavyweight champion, I believe, in Ukraine. So, that's a man I take advice from. Yeah. But Scared, have you been joining the Surge Fit Club?
You know what? I haven't been joining it, but now since you've already mentioned it, I would want to join it instantly. But since we've been talking about joining a few things, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be watching the entire stats of Honor and Eternal Oblivion. Both of them have played 2 games till now. And guess what? The only reason why they're here is because they've got the record of 1 each. Average time to win, I'd have to say, Honor's average time to win, 11 minutes and 52 seconds. That's something Eternal Oblivion would need to hold on for, right? Because you look at Eternal Oblivion, it's 23 minutes. Eternal Oblivion like to play for the late game. Even against AKKE, their entire scene was where they held it down till the late game, 5 lord attacks defended, and then they eventually closed out that game. So it's like entirely conflicting play styles now against each other.
I mean, still, taking a quick look at the stats, everything seems to be completely the same. Just one more turtle for Eternal Oblivion. But average time to win, I think that was heavily influenced by the game versus AKKE. A
Yeah, I
monster
agree.
game. I mean, what can you say? It was a game for the ages, one of the best games from Surge so far for me. But man, we're gonna get straight into the game. Let's see which of the modifiers we're gonna have. The dangerous grass. We're gonna have some snakes in the grass for here. Maybe we're gonna see more of the Hilda, the Cheap, the Kalea. Something more with a pick-off draft. Maybe even a Hellcore Rom, as I mentioned before. I mean, we know that the Georgian team has a unique way of drafting. You know, they drafted the Martyrs on XP. They drafted some similar
Yeah.
heroes. So maybe we're gonna see some oddballs out here. I mean, hey, me personally, really love playing Alice on the roam because it has so many possibilities. You can go invade early, you can have such a big stun, but it's so risky. But let's get into the drafting phase here. Scared. On the blue side we have Honor. On the red side we have Oblivion.
I want to see what Oblivion would eventually want to draft, right? Because we've seen all of these players. We've seen Origami and his Eve. So if in case Honor have done their homework, they do not want Origami to pick up that Eve. He's super comfortable on that hero. Plus, Eternal Oblivion really know how to play around with that kind of lineup, with the kill box kind of composition. So if anything, Honor would have to prioritize the picks that could eventually either counter that, like the Garud Gacha, or you simply straightforwardly ban it all out, right? You don't give them their comfort picks whatsoever, force them on some kind of uncomfortable hero, and then you eventually go in for a draft that could eventually end it all, right? So there's a lot of things that you'd have to consider out here. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the Zuxian ban, though. Normally, we don't see the Zuxian on the blue side. We always see it on the red side.
I think that's just gonna give Honor the usual first pick. I believe they really want to go for that. Because I was thinking, if they want to go for the kill box composition, they're gonna have the Eve. What's a better comp to counter the Eve? Yuzhong dive comp. So, it's gonna be maybe a Yuzhong, maybe a Fredrin, maybe even a Guinevere, as I mentioned. But like, they're gonna ban out the Lancelot as well, just giving some respect to Jian. And I believe Eternal Oblivion is gonna smell the Yuzhong out. I mean, hey, you're already giving 2 points. Maybe they're gonna ban out the Lapu Lapu and they're gonna try to go for the Sissy, or maybe they're gonna try to go for the Yisun Shin or Fredrin. I mean, these are strong heroes. I mean, I believe Fredrin is the second strongest jungle after Lancelot, but Lancelot out of the picture, only Fredrin is left out here.
That I kind of agree as well, since Basha has already been banned out. It's going to be a Grog, though, being taken care of. Honor do not really want to play against that one. Understandable as well, but as you rightly mentioned, the question is on Eternal Oblivion now, since Lancelot has been banned out.
Interesting ban. Alucard, they're gonna give the CC out for free. Will Honor take the CC or will they go for the Alice, which they love? I mean, Asmodeus with Alice in his hands can do a great sum of, damage, can take objectives, can just be a all well rounded off tank jungler, quote unquote.
That's let's just hope. Yeah, you didn't say that. It's a CC pick right now. Really like that. Sakota, sometimes when you start explaining things, you eventually make sense, right? Those things can make sense, and that is dangerous for the people, because guess what? As long as we're talking about the people playing in Mythical Immortal, Mythical Honor, or even Mythical Glory, they're fine. They understand that you're just playing around, having fun, right? When the season resets and we get matched up with the people who are actually struggling to move in Mythic, playing in Epic and Legend, they take your words seriously.
Just take the advice and keep going with the draft. Of course, everything can work out. You can trade for the Lapu Lapu, you can trade for the Sissy, but you're just gonna give away the Gadot Gacha Harit. I mean, the strongest, I think, duo first pick comp, actually second pick comp in the game. I think Honor is gonna go for the Alice Kimi on the mid lane, and they're gonna go for the Alice jungle again. I mean, hey, maybe if Honor, they like to play the Alice on the jungle. But hear me out, what if Night Lovell is gonna take these Alice onto the XP lane, they're gonna put, the CC on the gold, and they're gonna have maybe an Assassin Jungler, something to deal with the Harit, something maybe on the long... I mean, Hayabusa. Yes, I know they have some MS issues, but I think Hayabusa is playable on higher MS, but still, Jian is gonna take it away. I mean, I'm drafting for the wrong side.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? In order to take a Kimi down as well, you need something that can actually go in the back and burst her out. Hayabusa sounds like one of the prio picks there. You already have the Garud Gacha and you've got that mid-game snowball potential with the Harith too. So Hai can have his own fun time in terms of going for that farm. Harith doesn't really require that much of support. So it should be fine. Now, since the Hylos has been banned out, you don't really want to give that Hylos Kimmy mid duo who can take control of that river very quickly. I'm expecting now them to ban out the Farsa as well as the Eve. So they should not give Origami his own comfort picks, specifically when you're actually running with the Kimmy.
I mean, the Farsa is a really good call. I would ban it out as well because it counters the Kimmy, it counters kind of the CC. And I mean, it's just such a strong mage in the early game because of the range it has. And of course, the damage. However, Oblivion is going to try to maybe go for a Valentina here. I don't know why, but I'm feeling a Valentina pick coming from Oblivion. They're going to ban out another roamer. Maybe they're going to ban out, let's say, a Beleric to counter Gatatkacha. Just a proof ban, you know. Because Beleric can work into Gatatkacha because he jumps in with, you know, his ultimate with AOG. And the Beleric is there. He can stun them up if they join the fight. And it can work with Alice as well, so it's not a far-fetched idea. However, Eternal Oblivion is going to try to maybe ban out a jungler. I think, yeah, you can say that they're already locking Asmodeus, you know, with Alice. But who knows, maybe they're going to try to go for an XP lane Alice and a different jungler. I mean, what's left open on the table here? Sunshin is good. They're going to ban out the Arlott. Okay. I can ride with that. Arlott is a pretty good ban here, but I don't think it's going to benefit Honor a lot to have the Arlott drafted here, because yeah, you're going to have that ultimate, you're going to just reposition the enemies, but who is going to follow up? Who is going to give Arlott the dashes he needs? They don't have a Fredrin, they don't have a really heavy stun composition to just justify the Arlott ban, but still, it's, you know, an interesting take. Really
I'm
hard
still
draft.
trying to... It should be an Eve ban. I do understand the angle
Eve or
of a
Lapu.
Valentina, but I think so. If you're really going for a Valentina pick, then you're probably tunneled to picking up the Thorn of Ruin from Alice. I don't really see any other ultimate working out that well, apart from probably going in for the Curtain's Call.
I mean, the Curtain Call is good, you know, Alice ultimate is good. Even Kimmy, you know, it can work. It can pull enemies, it can be a stun. But Origami, he's gonna give out that Lapu Lapu draft. I mean, it was such an obvious pick because it does so well in the XP lane against any single fighter. It's such a strong, you know, XP lane that can work in every team comp. I mean, imaginable. I mean, Lapu Lapu doesn't have a proper, like Yuzhong. You need to have maybe a deep, you know, backline dive comp. Maybe a Fredrin to help you in the back. Maybe to just keep the enemies on him. While Yuzhong deals with the backline, with the mages, with the roamers, with the supports. But here, Lapu Lapu is just a great, well-rounded pick. It can work in the mid-game, early game. And it's a better, I would say, you know, Alice, or a better, you know, just stun hero, because he has that big AoE stun. You just need to get a flicker. You can get a confirmed double stun or triple stun or 4 stuns. Doesn't matter. You just line up perfectly. They're standing together. It's going to be a stun. You're going to have your damage reduction as well through the roof. And the Raging Slash, you're going to do a ton of damage to Dwaraks. But again, the Mart is cheap. I don't think I like this. I don't think I do.
I like it. Go for the Martyrs in the jungle, pick the Sky Piercer, go for a full tanky build.
You're wrong. It's gonna be Martis XP. Night Lovell explained to us that he was a global number one Martis. So I think it's gonna be in his hands. However, what is Origami gonna go for? I mean, the Valentina looks even juicier now. I mean, with a decimation, with the portals from cheap, with a Thorn of Ruin. So many choices. I mean, you're gonna be hungry.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think so. That is all the more reason to not go for a Valentina now. There's 2 ways to counter a Valentina. You either give her no usable ultimate, or you give her all the usable ultimate, so that eventually the Valen is confused out. But it's a Lunox. Yeah, I wanted to say that as well. That if it's not an Eve, there should have been a Lunox pick again. You can go for a simple Ruby DD combination in the back line. Full-fledged dive out here, right? Including the Harith. You are not really going for any front-to-back comp. It's a full-on dive. So Kimmy needs to survive this one. It's going to be super difficult for him to eventually play alongside this kind of draft. And if anything, 3 of them don't really care about any kind of crowd control. Xian has got his own Oogie Shadow Kill. Origami can simply go for the Brilliance. Professor, he would want you to stun him. Like, he'd say, I dare you to try. So, all in all, I do understand the idea of Eternal Oblivion's draft, but I could see Honor pulling this one through, though. The Alice jungle needs to pay off in the early game.
I mean, I agree with you, but as we said previously, it's gonna be a really hard game for Honor because just Eternal Oblivion has such, longevity experience in tournaments. It's gonna be a really hard game. I mean, scared. This is gonna just show who is gonna be the better champion here. I mean, Georgia, they have a few issues with, with lag, with input delay, of course, but still, they got so far with those drawbacks. I mean, it's something to marvel at. However, we're already gonna see a blue star coming from the alley. She just went on the red, just gonna get that extra damage on creeps. And in the mid lane, we're gonna see already Oblivion taking away that jungle creep, the little wanderer.
No contest out there from Alice, so it's understandable though. Nothing fancy in terms of the emblems. Everyone's going in for the standard one. No changes here whatsoever though. Professor has got the thrill, so there's going to be a bit of an extra attack onto him right now. Hannes was taking a lot of damage on his face though. Eventually standing a bit more close to Super Paxi, and you do not want to stand up close to this Garud catcher.
A very odd thing, the Alice completely skipped the golem, but look at Paxi.
Oh,
Hennes.
There's another pick off. Lovely one. Paxi understood that Hennes is playing a little bit too aggressive, little bit too over-eager there. And guess what? This has eventually given the way for Eternal Oblivion to steal away the golem as well. That will deny Asmodeus his level 4. That's such a big macro win by Eternal Oblivion in the early game.
But look at Xian, he's not stopping.
Yeah, he wanted to go in for the
Woogie Shadow Kill is there.
well out here though. That's going to be the big one. Night Love. He's going to be surviving out here at least for the next few seconds up in the tower. Hold on, did Super Maxi steal it? No, he did not.
I believe he did not. No.
Oh, yeah, he did not.
I mean, it would have been too lucky for them to take it, but look at Asmodeus is going to go on Xian, just poke him away, make him uncomfortable. He has the Shadow marked on Asmodeus. Turtle is at 4000 HP. The Thorn of Ruin.
Yeah, he's going to try and zone out 3 people stunned up though, but not she, and Retribution worked out perfectly. Nightler will have to go back as Asmodeus is the first one to fall. Frisky. It's super risky for him to stay there. We'll have to go back too. That's a big win for Eternal Oblivion because this have provided them a way to invade the purple.
Indeed, it has still 17 seconds on that Retribution cooldown, but look at Risky. Risky is feeling frisky or Frisky is feeling risky, who knows, but still, the blue buff is going to go in the hands of Origami. I mean, he got, a big early game buff for us because you're going to get that CDR 10%. 70 seconds. Oh,
yeah, right now. Wants to go for the Chaos Assault as well. Lovely ultimate coming in from Hannes, but he will have the brilliance to save him. The AOG as well to survive, go all the way back, but you could clearly see Honor. They wanted that early game snowball, but that is exactly what they're being denied.
Indeed they were, but look at in the bottom, it's still an even Stevens train. Night Level didn't fall. He has the killing spree emblem as well, just gonna allow him to fight even more. And with Martis, the decimation is gonna be really clutch, because it can ignore multiple defense because it's true damage. So it's not going to be really impactful for the Lapu Lapu to build that Dreadnought early game. Yes, it's going to help, but still, I think you should focus more on magical defense because they have Kimi, they have Alice, and they're going to rotate towards him. But Origami and Super Paxi are going on the way. Hennes finally pick up the Sky Piercer as the first item. It's going to be a pretty nasty fight cooking. Look at Paxi, he's charging up, he's stunned. He's not going to commit fully. Of course, Xian is level 7 compared to Asmodeus at still level 5. Every single spell is back besides a flicker on Origami. Frisky.
Oh, GG's. Yeah, it's Frisky. Oh! It's a freaking chip. It's a freaking Rom who's been bursted down by just an Oogie Shadow kill. Holy smokes, Honor. What do they have in their tank left right now to try and survive through this? Hennes has got no clue that Shein was there as well. 1 more second for the next turtle, and looking at the positioning, Eternal Oblivion should secure this comfortably. If anything, they're going to take down Asmodeus. He is out in the fray. It's going to be the AOG as well, connecting onto 3 people. The perfect CC. That's all you needed. Again, it's a pretty chaotic one, but since the Salmon Force were there, everyone was stunned up thanks to the Landshaker. Double kill for Paxi. And that is Michael falling by Professor. This Lapu Lapu doing such a big work in this fight.
That's what I said, Lapu Lapu is such an early game demon. He can just do about everything. And, I mean, yes, it was a 5 versus 5 fight, but still, at the end of the day, it wasn't a full wipeout. Hennes didn't die. He only died in the early game. He was the first blood, but he's still farming up. Xian is looking for an invade. He has the Retribution available. Alice is there. Frisky is there. I don't think Xian is feeling risky to get frisked up, but still, Origami is gonna go towards the top lane. CC is gonna get a pretty nice surprise. Hanek is there pushing the turret. Origami, are we gonna see a Ruby DD, no DD?
No, there's no Ruby DD here though, but if anything, yeah, they're gonna jiggle out the tower damage perfectly. Simple work out there though, lovely ultimate, trying to crowd control a lot. It's only Super Paxi who was eventually caught in that one, so no problems for Eternal Oblivion whatsoever.
I mean, they hit the guy that likes to get hit, but let's take a quick look at the gold. Xian is falling so far behind Paxi. Paxi is the second guy, I mean, third guy now on the gold lead, but look at the super 11.
Shortcut in the top lane out here though, still the numbers advantage on Earth. On a pro in catching two out there. Super Professor Black out there trying to save. Super Paxi's gonna fall. And no one to claim the life of others. There we go, Ruby DD out of the back line. Still the Mortal Coil saving Nightlove. And guess what? He's got the decimation. No, he's not. It's Origami for the win. Still trying to sustain though as Frisky will finally shut him down.
3-for-1 trade-off, such a big win for Honor. Still, the goal lead is 3,000 for Eternal Oblivion in the bot lane. Xian got that inhibitor, I mean a tier 3 turret, but still, I mean, this is a big win for Honor. They got 3 kills for the cost of 1. Oh, Xian!
Oh, lovely stun coming in on Hennes though, but there we go. Now you've got the Lapu Lapu, the Fricta comes in. Lovely dodging from Hennes. That's a big util now, eventually used up on the other side. That's 2 minutes on the cooldown. Turtle in the next 5.
Guardian Helmet first item on the Alice. I was expecting maybe a Dreadnought or an Antique Corias already. Just to, you know, diminish that damage coming in from the Lapu Lapu and from the Hayabusa. But still, he is the man, the myth, the legend, the Alice jungler. Asmodeus, look at Frisky.
Yeah, wanted to try something cool there. Used up the shortcut only to wait for no one to arrive. That's the Landshaker on top of him. Now no one can eventually support him, and that is another pick from Sheehan. No problems whatsoever. The Thorn of Ruin charged in, catching onto 2 though, but there's still Oogie Shadow killed by Sheehan. That's available, and guess what? He's gonna jump in once as Modius is alone. Everything on Nightlove. No use of decimation though, as he is the one who's been taken down, as Modius wants to sustain, but Super Paxi charging up the basic attack, still wants the rage to build. But guess what? All he's doing is just frontlining, nothing else now. He himself is risky. Hennes! Instant death out there. The raging splashes too, as well as Michael falls the second man. Anji joins in that fight, but guess what? It's already over before he arrived.
I mean, if you guys want to get as buff as Paxi is on the gacha, you just have to join the Surge Fit Club. Don't remember, just do it. You know, you're not going to lose anything, but Asmodeus in the middle is going to try to take some of the damage. Conceal play coming through. Night Level is going to go in with a Mortal Coil, standing a beat for the Lapu Lapu. Still, Radiant Armor picked up in his hands. Paxi is going to be more and more tanky.
Wow. With the Zaman Force as well, that's us down onto 4 people in the back line, and this could be the turnaround. Nightlove catches one more. He can catch the Black too. That's the third for the entire team, as Nightlove wanted to chase Shi into the red tree, eventually slowing him down. As Hanji is the only one who's surviving apart from Hayabusa.
I mean, it's 30 seconds to learn, but look at the middle and the tower is gonna fall. Xenon Force goes down. Oogie Shadow kill is there.
Yeah, he's gonna be using it as well though, but it's only Frisky now, as he used up the shortcut only for everyone to move back. As Modi has joined in, but the tier 3 in mid is still surviving.
The gold gap is almost gone, only 2,200 gold or so, a few minion waves. But still, Marty's just jumping in, no fear showing at all. Getting the kill on Professor Black was such a big upset for Eternal Oblivion, allowing them to just not have a frontline, but still conceal play coming through. They're looking at Michael in the bot lane.
Yeah,
the lower dance has started.
Here's Michael! Yeah, he's going to be taken down. There's no way surviving this burst, not even with the Vengeance. I was about to say, since Michael is not really the first frontline of the team, him building up the brute force along with the tough boot will reduce the amount of times he's going to be crowd controlled, or rather, for the duration of how long he's going to be controlled there. And I think so that could be a pretty big play for Honor in that mid to late game. Because still, considering, yeah, the stun of Lapu as well as the Guarded Gacha, if he survives for long, he can still keep on doing the damage from the Yo-Yo Blitz.
But don't forget, Michael dying is not a bad thing because they have the chip. The shortcut is always there. The ultimate will go, Chichi will join, Marcus will join. Doesn't matter where they are on the map. They can split push and they can still be there in an instant. I mean, they can be set for the team of Eternal Oblivion. If they find a portal, they can go through it as well. But they're gonna try to go for a mid lane tower, and they're gonna succeed. Torn of Ruin is available. He's not gonna fully commit. He's just gonna teleport in there, take the mid wave away. And Athena's shield already built. It just shows what Origami is doing. Just the damage coming from the Lunox with that Dark Passage ultimate. But man,
But still, the thing is that he is
Frisky.
going to be bursting down by the physical damage, though. There we go, right at the bottom.
Torn of Ruin!
Torn of Ruin connecting onto 3. But guess what? It's Xian who eventually finds the first one, the AOG, to catch absolutely no one out there. Still Origami answers back. The Chaos Assault on Nightclub, but he's out in the open, trying to dodge. His headness will shut him down. Xian jumps in with the shadows, though. The nothing to help
Professor
him
Black.
out here. As he joins in down in the back line, raging past his highness, is dodging everything but could not dodge the enhanced basic attack of Harith. Hanji eventually shutting him down, and with that, they will secure the Lord.
Bro, Martins is back, Frisky is back, the shortcut is there. It's gonna get popped.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Xian has got the ultimate available right now, so he can eventually use it, and that's exactly what he does, and he takes down Frisky as well. Makes it for the second as Nightclub falls, as the backline is still open, but they don't really care. Asmodeus, you're the only man. Oh, hold on, Xian. Lucky that he's surviving. The burn damage was there.
I mean, if I was that Hayabusa, I would go back in on that hitter once and then die. But still, you know, we do it for the fun of the game. But still, this is gonna be a best of one. Keep that in mind. So there's still a chance for Arnold to turn it around. 5,000 gold in. The Lord is marching down the top lane. They have a good defense composition. They have the CC, they have the Kimi as well. And they have 3 basically front lines. It's gonna be a pretty decent Lord defense. However, they're gonna let it clash on a tier 2 inhibitor.
Yeah, I think so. That's absolutely fine. Letting go of that tier 2 so that there is no chance for Eternal Oblivion to make any kind of cheeky plays in their backline. Plus 4 more seconds either ways for the tower passive, so they might as well use it. I do like the idea of how Honor wants to defend, but again, since the tier 2s are now going to go out of their hands, they will be caged in their base. Oh, holy smokes. Look at the damage on the bottom inhibitor. That's going to hurt them in the middle stage of the game now.
Below half indeed, but still, as you said, they're gonna be locked in like birds in a cage. Just giving them so much map presence is a bad thing for Honor. They gave basically 3 tier 2 inhibitors and half a tier 1 inhibitor. I mean, that's, you know, a really big loss. However, they still have a chip. The play could still be in the making, as Modius Denial level is ready. It just has to be the perfect timing for everything. The Divine Glaive picked up by Kimi. Man, the brawl is starting.
Not a single anti-Curious. No one to shut down the damage of Xian or Professor. That is going to be big out. Origami, though, it's going to be taking up a lot of damage on his face, but it's absolutely fine. He's just being the bait for the team. Now, coming back onto the point which I mentioned, not even a single anti-Curious by Honor. No one to reduce the amount of skill damage from Xian or Professor. They are going to hit you like a truck at this point. It's not even for your own survival, it's for the team survival. I mean, if Hennes gets caught, he is dead.
I mean, I think if anyone gets caught and they still have Antiquaries, I don't think they're surviving besides the chip. I mean, the Hayabusa is just so farmed. He just has so many items. It's almost a full build Hayabusa. Same with the Lunox. Even if you get Athena, it's not going to be so much impact because she has already the penetration. Lord is up in 20 seconds. The map presence is there from Honor. The jungler are not so far apart, only 2 levels. It's only a big fight going through, but Asmodeus goes in, gets taunted by Paxi.
Yeah, that's going to be the big one because Chaos Assault is on his face as well. Torn of Ruin used up, nothing for fruition now. Shortcut used up as well. There we go with the AOG trying to catch one. And that's a lovely stun though, but Nightclub is going to run back with the Mortal Coils to safety. It's still a 1-for-0 trade out here. The Yugu Shadow Kill being used up, but a bit too tanky targets in front. So they're absolutely fine. And I like what Hennes is doing out here. Cleared out the bottom lane so that the pressure is off a little bit, but they're not getting the Lord whatsoever. That's another free Lord for Eternal Oblivion.
Indeed, it is. They cannot contest it. I mean, even if they did, there's no one to try to steal it. The retribution is not there, as Modius was the first guy to get picked off by Eternal Oblivion. Yes, they got a tower in the top lane as a compromise, but I don't think it's worth the trade. I mean, a Lord for a turret? That's the trade you'd make scared.
I mean, at this point, it's not even technically a trade. It is just some consolation. Because since they are picking up the Lord, we might as well just take the tier 1 on the top side. 7,000 gold in favor of Eternal Oblivion. Some big items were already purchased by them, and now it's those immortalities, it's those item swaps that would eventually play the game. The only good thing, Honor themselves have got the 42k gold mark, so they will have their core items too to work around with. But it's a
Interesting
full
choice for Sissy. She's going for the Sea Halberd instead of the Dominance Eyes. I will believe more people are gonna build the Dom Eyes. It's such a strong item nowadays.
I agree.
Think, even as a roamer, you could rush into like... Oh!
Wow! Nightlove instantly deleted there. I was about to mention that he's also gone into full tank over the Yo-Yo Blitz alone in between three. Michael could not stand for long. This is not the fight that he wins as a Lucifer. The Thorn of Ruin on 3 only to push Sheehan back. But guess what now? Asmodeus is alone as well. And this King of Hell is not going to survive for long either. Lovely ult. But Enes gets absolutely deleted in a second. Frisky can only watch his death come near him as it's Eternal Oblivion to win the second win in the regular season.
Amazing gameplay coming from both teams, but the best at the end of the day was Eternal Oblivion. Man, what an insane game. It was a pretty long one as well.
True, man. If you're looking from the Eternals Oblivion perspective, 23 minutes average game time, I think so this was a pretty short one.
I mean, you can't be... I mean, beggars can't be choosers. They did win that series at the end of the day. AKKE was on the losing, receiving side, but still, Honor did an amazing job. The picks were a bit unexpected. I mean, that's what I was expecting of them, to pick unexpected heroes. We saw the Martis, we saw the Alice Jungle. But I believe if they went for more of a tankier CC on the gold, instead of the Sea Halberd went for the dominant size to get that extra hybrid defense as well, I think it would have been a little bit better into the Hayabusa. Of course, you mentioned they didn't have one anti-Koreas. They were just getting completely melted. We saw Night Level, just one ultimate from Hayabusa, completely melted. I mean, in like a span of a second or so.
One of the big things which I also was about to mention was the fact that Martis has gone in for 3 damage items. That was the BOD Sky Piercer as well as, if I'm not wrong, the Sea Halberd. Not a single tanky item, not even a Dreadnought armor, not even a Silence Storm. Now, I understand that there's a lot of damage reduction with the Mortal Coins, but it's still not enough to help you sustain through the burst of a Lunox in the hands of Origami or through the burst of Sheehan. And that was one of the big reasons that they were being instantly deleted as well. One wrong move and Honor had no fallback plan too. They had no second chances. And Super Paxi on that Gato made sure that their first engages were not going to be useful at all.
Quick look at the things that happened during the game. The most gold farm was Hayabusa at 781 gold per minute. Damage dealt Origami almost 100,000. Asmodeus with almost 200,000 damage tanked, and Origami again with 15 assists. The roamer incarnate over here. The AKKKE was just taking away the kills from the mid laner, saying, "You don't need this, I'll take them for myself." But what an amazing series. I mean, it was, full of ups and downs, but scared. A quick look at items.
Again, not a single anti-Curious. A big play out here either ways. Hennes the only man out with any kind of damage. And the fun fact is he's forced to go the Divine Glaive too, because he's literally the only one in his entire team who can do any kind of damage. Nightlove cannot do damage to the tanky targets. If anything, all he can do is just use the Decimation to secure those kills. Michael as well, he can try and poke as much as he wants to, but again, it was Hanji along with Origami who could either iframe that kind of damage, or Hanji, man, let's be honest, that man was just dashing around like anything. It was either way, it's very difficult to catch him though.
I mean, he has the Purify on the Harriet as well, so even if Frisky went in there, just got a stun with a shortcut, nothing much they can do. I mean, same can be said for Night Level. You can just immune it with the AKKKE, you can immune it with the Lapu Lapu, with, Origami with the Light Ultimate, Hayabusa with Ogi Shadow Kill. I don't think Martis was the pick right here. I mean, maybe on the jungler would have worked a bit differently, because you had a bit more farm, let's say. But still, Asmodeus, I mean, it's his pick. The Alice is his pick.
I do understand that, but again, it's just as you rightly mentioned, right? Even I am thinking in the exact same angle, where Asmodeus could have gone in for that EXP, while Nightlove could have gone for the jungle in the hands of with Martis, right? One of the biggest factor which I also saw was that Honor could not do the Lord dances. because they had no one to go to that extreme far lane, clear it out in time, and also rotate in for the fight. If it was a Martyrs instead of an Alice, I think so that he would have had still a better opportunity. Could have simply gone in for a tanky item. He would have sustained through the entire Oogie Shadow kill as well, if in case Xian wanted to jump on him. And then he could also rotate thanks to the Mortal Coil's low cooldown. But Asmodeus, if he goes in to clear those waves, first of all, the skill 1 cooldown is actually pretty high. And then you don't really have that much wave clearing capabilities with the skill 2 that much. So all in all, yeah, I think so there was a bit of a problem in terms of the laning. I do understand the draft and I think it can work, but it just came down to the picks and the roles which they were playing. But as we have a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, that's how thing went down. A double kill for Paxi to start things off in those early fights.
I mean, here I think the game was going for a turnaround, but still 8 kills in the first 5 minutes is not a good sign. And 4 of them went to Paxi. Yes, that was the best outcome, but still not enough to determine a turn. Just keeping the lead going and going. The steamroll machine. In the bottom, we saw the Hayabusa taking the farm, taking the turrets, just farming while his team was brawling. However, what can you say? I mean, I think the issue was just the draft. I think the plays were good. The idea was there, but the draft, I think, can be a bit more worked on.
I mean, overall, if you think about it, yes, absolutely. There's a few things that this draft is really struggling to do out there, though. I did understand the ideas of Frisky with a shortcut too, but then you'd need to catch the right targets at the right time because 3 of them are pretty slippy, and the 4th one can jump on your face every single time. And that's one of the big problems when you're dealing with some running away targets, right? You want some proper lockdown crowd control which can stop them in one place, and that's why people normally go for the rubies or even a high loss for that sense, because law and order eventually keeps you stunned up for a second there. But all in all, I mean, there were a couple of moments where I thought maybe Honor could eventually pull through, but then the Lord fight happened, a couple of players picked off pretty soon. Asmodeus as well, he tried his level best to try and sustain through all of that, but with the amount of burst that there was on the other side, he could not have done anything else.
I mean, indeed, you cannot do much. I mean, when the snowball is starting to roll down, the avalanche is going to come with it as well. Yep. But still, it's not the last time I believe we're going to see Honor. I think we're going to see them tomorrow as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
In the lower brackets, you know, they're still at the 1 to score, but still, we're going to have an interview. I mean, just... Kanata say, I mean, great XP player. I mean, he changed my mind about him. I remember playing and watching him a long time ago. And he's just such a nice XP player. He's a person you can be reliant upon.
I mean, that's exactly what you really need from your EXP laner, right? Considering the meta is like that right now, EXP dictate the entire pace of the game. But ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We talk about the EXP players. We've got one of the tops out there, Professor here teaching on not to mess with him. Professor, how are you feeling getting a second win in the regular season? Oh, we can't hear you, Professor.
Blink 2 times, we're kidding. Mr. Professor, I think you have a few issues with your microphone.
I have to check that.
Let's see. I mean, he is indeed the XP lane genius. Maybe he's gonna be teaching us some secrets. He is peeking on other dimensions. Now it is my goat.
Yeah, it's working now. It's working.
Okay.
Surprising out there, my man. No worries. We're gonna welcome you back on the camera as well. People really like to see out here how you eventually cook up the other side. Now, so how are you feeling right now, Professor, considering that this is your second win and now you're just 1 win away from the playoffs? Seems like he doesn't want to answer that question, huh?
I think he's just thinking really hard about it. There are a few technical difficulties, but still, I believe that Professor would say that he is really happy with what happened during the games. The draft was there, the gameplay was there, the mechanics as well.
Wow,
But,
Sakota.
I mean,
you know you're not supposed to answer for him, right?
I can speak for them. I know what they think. I played with Paxi a long time ago. I play with Kanata a little bit as well. So I think I have an idea of what they're going to say. But I mean, the boys are better coming from them than from me.
Exactly.
Still, it was an amazing
they've
game
heard
with
us.
these two teams. It was an amazing
They've
game,
heard.
amazing
They
series.
heard us, yeah, for the entire game, Zakota. So we'll leave the interview questions to them as well. But yeah, I agree. It was actually a pretty fun one though overall, because again, Eternal Oblivion, we've seen the potential of this team all the way through the promotion relegation, right? Yes, there were some doubts as well if they'd be able to qualify, but if anything, Eternal Oblivion is one of the most tenacious team in this entire regular season. They've gone for some absolutely hard, long games, and they've come out on top in most of them. And one of the best things about this team, which I really like, is those quick item swaps between the players and understanding what items are needed at what stage of the game and what kind of draft they really need to go forward with. If they've got a certain idea, they simply go forward and execute it. Just like in this one, the absolute dive composition to destroy the front to back.
I mean, I agree with you on that completely. We saw the Xian with his signature Hayabusa pick just going for everything and everyone. I mean, we saw Night Level completely getting melted off. And I mean, it does when the snowball starts, as I said, the Avalanche is going to come with it. Just give it a few minutes. Still, the Georgian boys did an amazing job. I mean, I think we're going to see them tomorrow, so it's still not the end of the road. They could maybe qualify again. They have another chance.
Yes, and one of the big things though about that is the fact that if you're winning your early few games, then all you need to do is win 2 best of 1s and win 1 best of 3. In the worst case scenario, you've got to win all 3 best of 3s, which there are a couple of teams which are in that kind of situation. One of them being AKKE, if I'm not wrong, where they had to win 3 best of 3s now to eventually qualify. When you start things off on a 0-2, yeah, that's a struggle. Considering how Honor right now are at 1-2, yes, their next 2 wins need to go through that best of 3, right? So winning out an entire series right before the playoffs, it's going to be tough. But one of the big things is that I think so with their creativity, they can eventually pop up. All they need to do is just adjust a few things a little bit. That's those few tweaks which we always talk about. Just the subtle changes in the draft, and maybe they can eventually move out through. And I think so that team is capable of doing that.
I mean, still, AKKE, they have a few of their mistakes, but I hope they resolve them. They're a really good team to look at playing. I mean, they had an amazing series. I mean, they had some of the best games in this year tournament. Yes. But still, as you said, they're going to have to take the longer and harder route. Every game lost is a step towards being eliminated. And that's not a really good thought. You want to play that you win. I think everyone has that mentality. When you play a game, you want to win, you don't want to lose. Losing never feels good. But imagine for these teams, they're so close to being eliminated that every game has to be picture perfect. I'm excited about the last series. I mean, Renta versus AKKE. Incredible game upcoming.
That's one of the big things which you mentioned, right? Renta taking on AKKE. I've already mentioned how I kind of want to see more of AKKE. I know that this team has got a lot of potential. We've seen a lot of things, heard as well from all of their players too. Toby has talked a lot on stream mentioning how his team is one of the best. It's about time that they start proving it to us. We've seen their rotations, we understand their early game macro, we do see their micros as well, but when it comes to closing out those games, that's where they struggle. They can't end those games. And this is one of the big reasons why it entirely extends all the way till 20 plus minutes and eventually they lose out there, right? Ladies and gentlemen, there's quite a few things which we need to discuss, but guess what? The podcast hours are going to take a small break. We'll be back with a second game in the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the cast, to the stream. I welcome, of course, all you, our dear viewers, back to the live stream. Today, I will be here, me, myself, Warren1x, together joined with a new face here on Search, and that will be Synchro. You probably know him as a player because he has some background here on Search, but it's not his first time casting, so I think it will be absolute blast. Welcome, Synchro, to the cast.
Welcome. What's up? So we see today Teeniyi Bambusel against Misa Esports. It will be a best of one, so both teams need to pull out everything they have. Because if they lose, it's done for them. They need to pull out everything they got to win this game and can continue their journey on Search.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. It will be a tough battle though, because at least paper-wise, if you look at it, I think many people would be saying that Misa Esports should be the stronger team coming into this clash. What do you think about that statement?
I'm going to be honest, I didn't saw very much of Misa Esports yet. I'm very excited to see about them because I heard very much of them. So I'm very excited to see how they play, how good they are. But I need to say, I prefer Teeniyi Bambusel. I know them. I already played against them and casted for them in other tournaments. So I'm going to be honest, I'm going for them today, since I don't know Misa Esports that well. So we will see who will be the better team, though.
Well, then I will give you the kind of tidbits, you know, to fill out your blanks. But the narrative with Misa Esports is that they were able to qualify through last chance qualifier, and of course, like you can say, oh, last chance. Well, that's for the weaker teams, right? Because the stronger teams qualify through Thunder Division, they qualify through Pro Morello, like for example Teeniyi Bambusel. But what is super important is that Misa Esports didn't drop a single game in the last chance. They won it all. They didn't lose a single one. And especially with their addition of my lobby that was very successful here on Search, he was able to pull up VoidKids from absolute shambles to very decent performance. And as we are able to see, VoidKids without my lobby, it's a big difference. XP laners here on Search are definitely super strong pillars upon which you can build your team. If you look over the lineup, there's of course Tezuka, Whis, AKKE if she will be playing. Though I have a strong feeling that she will be substituted, at least from the last game that we saw before. Pancake, very strong roamer. He is very famous for his Tigreal. I believe he used to be an OTP Tigreal, or at least a very strong Tigreal. So you have to look out for his engaged roamers. I think we will definitely see him on something like that. Whereas on the other side, we have Teeniyi Bambusel, and I will drop the word to you. As you said, you know a lot about them.
We have Teeniyi Bambusel, we have Nikki on the gold lane, Danzo on the jungle, Skylov on mid lane, Psychic on the roam lane, and Kati on the XP lane. I was watching them a lot on another tournament, and I need to say, in every game they came back, they completely destroyed the enemies. And that's what I'm looking forward to see here. But after what you said about Misa Esports, it sounds promising that they are a very good team, and I'm just more excited to see what they can do as well. So I think it will be like a very good match we're going to see here. It will be a very good best of one. So as I said, they need to pull out everything they got so we can see who's the better team.
Oh, absolutely. If you look over the stats, they are tied pretty close, I have to say, because 1735 compared to 1810, there's not really a difference. Lord Control, all right, that's a little bit in the favor of Misa Esports because they basically have the double amount. And if we... But if we look at both the times and both the amount of lords both of these teams have, it almost looks like they are not really winning through early game, but they are mostly winning through comebacking in the late game, because the numbers that we are seeing, 17 minutes average game and just 2 lords, I mean, that's weird, isn't it?
It actually is. I mean, I don't know. 2 lords for the side of Misa, 1 for Teeniyi Bambusel, and as you said, it looks for like late game games. It's not like they finishing their games within like 12 minutes, 30 minutes, so like an early game or fast games. They have like, I would say like, yeah, actually like late games. It's like long games, and that's what I'm looking forward here. I don't want to see like a 10-minute games, I want to see a long game over here.
Oh, absolutely, but the thing is, will you shamble, or will you keep up the pace and be consistent? Because, or maybe you just go for the explosive pathway, right? Like you can just explode, crazy early game skirmishes, and just go from there. But I believe that since people are speaking very highly about Teeniyi Bambusel, and also there is a super big case for them to be made with an addition of coach that's being spoken about. there are some talks about them having a coach. I am not sure if he should be with them already. I believe it should be so. So from what we saw, how the coach, for example, was able to help out AKKE, if I'm saying that correctly, because I believe AKKE also didn't used to have a coach, but then they acquire one. We can see a pattern there, right? Like if a team gets the coach, they improve. There's a lot to be gained from the coaching staff, so I'm expecting a lot improvement from Teeniyi Bambusel. Though I'm a little bit worried if they are able to show it in just one game, because as you said, it's BO1. That's a tough.
Yeah, I'm going completely with that. I mean, a coach, he can be doing very good. I mean, if he's doing his work pretty good, the team can improve so fast, so much. I mean, he is the one who looks over the gameplay. He can see every mistakes. He can see everything, which the players don't see like in usual, like on first time. So it's actually pretty good to have someone who looks over your gameplay, who can tell you which mistakes you're doing, what you can do better. And that's what I'm looking forward to see here.
Oh, absolutely. So the thing is, if Teeniyi Bambusel are stepping into this battle as a team that we used to know before, I think the chances are on the side of Misa Esports. But if they are stepping into the fray as a stronger team than they were before, I think that then it's definitely a big question mark who's gonna take it in the end. Also, there is one important thing to be said for Misa Esports, and that is they probably are. And that's completed together with the narrative, right? They are definitely going into this as a favorite team. And of course, they know it. So maybe they get a little bit overconfident. Maybe it's the same case with Jackpots, right? Jackpots went against Memento Mori last week and they were thinking, oh, well, no problem, we destroyed them first game. But then suddenly, second game, it wasn't their game. And third game, they didn't have it as well. And suddenly Memento Mori came through. So maybe the same case can happen for Misa Esports. They definitely need to be careful. I don't think my lobby would be overzealous, but I'm a little bit scared for the rest of the squad, because I think my lobby's experience will shine through definitely. And he doesn't really strike me from the performance we saw from him as a really emotional guy. I think he's very consistent and he is very stable. But the rest of the team, we will see.
Yeah, for sure. So let's go for the draft, I guess. We see from the side of Misa Esports, we see the Granger man. I think I need to say Granger has the dashes, he has the damage, he has, especially after his rework, he can spam his ultimate, his first skill. So in my opinion, it's completely understandable to ban this hero, especially if your enemy can play it very good. And from the side of Teeniyi Bambusel, we see the Zuxin. I mean, she can slow the enemies. Her ultimate, she has the dash with her ultimate. She can poke the enemies back to yourself, and that's pretty good. She has such a great use, especially in team fights, even on solo kills. I mean, if he's not getting reached by enemy XP laner, enemy assassins or something like that, she can easily poke them down, kill them, and especially her early game on the lane. It's actually almost impossible to beat her. If you don't know how to play against her, she will definitely cut you on the lane. She will avoid your farm. She will do and work for it that you won't get level 4 for the turtle, and that would be such a huge advantage for your team. And from the side of Misa Esports, we also see the Herif bans. We're going to see the gold lane bans here. I don't know if they're going for like scared to play against gold laners or something like that, but Herif and Granger, 2 bans in the early game. In my opinion, there's other heroes you could ban as well. So I would exactly see what they're going to pick in the draft, so maybe I can understand why they're banning 2 gold laners early. So let's go. And Teeniyi Bambusel also going for the Yuzong ban. We also saw it in the last game, the Yuzong getting banned. I mean, he's a pretty good menace on XP lane. He has the damage, he can engage, especially with his Dragon form. He's just unstoppable. I mean, he has such a great tankiness, he has the damage, he heals himself up, and that's a huge advantage for your team. From the side of Misa Esports also, we see the Sishi ban. What we can see about, or tell about her damage is actually pretty insane, especially with her ultimate. You can make actually pretty good combos with her. So, be it Gato, be it Alice, these are pretty good combos you can make with her, and that's like unstoppable. These are like actually 3 team fights, because they get stunned by the ultimate of Shishi, or like get poked together, and then the stun from Alice, from Gato, from other heroes, and then it's actually done for you. But we will go in for the first pick phase, and we're going for the Lance first pick. I mean, we all should know about him. He has unlimited dashes if he hits it. He has the damage. he can easily take out the Lord or steal the Lord and go for it. Even if he's solo against 5 people, he can easily go and take away the Lord turtle from the enemies, and that's pretty good. That's an actually very good first pick in my opinion. On the
Are you
side of
quite a
Teeniyi,
fan of? Are you a fan of what's going on? Because I don't know if into lands you really want to play Lunox, right? Like, well, yeah, but like she can kind of immune herself, right? But I was thinking like, isn't Farsa the better answer since you are so far away?
I need to say I wouldn't prefer to play Faza. I mean, Faza, she has her bird, sure, she can also get away, but I would say it doesn't make a big difference if you pick Lunox or Faza against it, because both mid laners will have a problem. I mean, sure, if you can camp for the Lancelot, the Faza is the better option for sure. But Skyloth, I know his Lunox, I know how he plays, and I think he will be playing good against the Lancelot, even though it's a Lancelot. So, and what we need to say, Lunox has a dash, she has a light ultimate, which, yeah, she's actually immune, she can get away from everything. She will probably play with Flicker as well, so I don't think the Lancelot will be that big of a problem. But we see with the Lunox, we see the Gato Catcher, and if the Gato Catcher is able to poke down or like stun the enemies, the Lunox will just jump after him and kill all these enemies. I need to say I really like the combo of Gato Catcher and Lunox. It's a pretty huge combo and gives your team a very great advantage though.
Oh, absolutely. Right now we are moving into the second ban phase and we can see that Misa Esports are definitely going over the gold lane bans. They don't really want to make it very comfortable for Niki Chiki to pick his heroes that he would want to go for, right? Because he cannot play Granger, he can't play Harriet, he can play Moscow. And right now, Teeniyi Bambusel are kind of hitting themselves in their own leg because they are banning Ruby. Ruby could be a decent option because if you look at the composition of Teeniyi Bambusel, they are kind of on the squishier side. So I don't understand the idea of banning Ruby. Would you agree it wasn't the smartest choice?
I need to say what I see or what we could have expected is in Ruby gold lane. I mean, they having Lancelot, they having Kimmy, so they already have the damage, so they could go actually for Ruby on gold lane. Ruby gold lane is a pretty big menace actually because she can also win her lane. She has to use in the team fights, and that's actually pretty good. So I definitely going and say I will understand the ban of the Ruby in this.
But they are picking before them, you know. Like I felt like they could have went for it themselves.
Yeah, for sure they could, but I don't know, and I need to say I don't know if Niki is comfortable on playing Ruby on gold lane. So something we need to see as well, because not every player is comfortable on every hero on the lane. So that's something we could have expected. But I need to say the bans from Misa Esports giving a big respect to Niki. They're banning 4 gold laners. They banned 4 gold laners, and that's actually almost all 5 bans on one person. And that's actually huge. I need to say that's for me it's a kind of showing respect.
True, absolutely. But the thing is, will they still evade one more? Because they could possibly go for that. Of course, it won't be the smartest idea, because I think the best idea for you, if you are Misa Esports, is to definitely go a fighter gold lane. I know your typical ones are gone, Ruby and CC, but probably if you try to cook something up, it might be super useful for you. Because Lunox, kinda bursty, right, as well, Hayabusa, he hates when you are tanky. So I would really love for Misa Esports to go a fighter gold lane. Of course, it's if it's in their strengths, right? As you have said before, maybe their gold laner is not comfortable with it. Oh, and now we know it will be Kari. Ooh, all right, I quite like the idea. Because she can shred Hylos, she can shred Gato, and yeah, the front line is basically gone for Teeniyi Bambusel.
I need to say I'm going. I actually would have preferred to see an XP laner on gold lane for Misa Esports. I mean, sure, the carry can burst down the enemies, but I need to say the Lunox can be a pretty good menace because they only have the Lapu Lapu and the Tigreal. So, and when we see on a Lunox who can go in with the Flicker engage, same for the Hayabusa, they have Kimmy, they have a carry, so it's actually pretty easy to poke them down if their tanks or their XP lane are not doing their job well. So I would have actually said I want to see an XP lane on the gold lane.
I agree. I think it would be a safer option, but definitely if you are going a gold lane path, I think carry is nice. Like out of the heroes that were left alone, available, I think it's definitely one of the smarter ideas to go carry. Or do you believe there was other gold lane that could have fitted them better?
For which side? For
I mean, for Misa Esports, right? Because they were dictating kind of the draft. They were the first on the goal lane pick. So do you believe they could have went for something else?
It's hard to say. I mean, in my opinion, any hero is strong. You can play any hero. If you play it good, you can go for every hero. So it's hard to say. I don't know their hero pools, to be honest. But for sure, there are many options left.
Right now, we are approaching the Land of Dawn. I mean, we are already in the Land of Dawn. And Teeniyi Bambusel against Misa Esports. Who will come out on top and who will fumble? That's what we will know very soon. Tigreal initiating already on Skylab. Half of HP is getting fried away. And Danny pokes him furthermore. Seki bursts something back his way. Oh, he gets immobilized. Half his HP almost fried as well. He tries to run away. He should be fine, I think. Skylab even with the poke back.
Yeah, but for me, the thing right now is they got the Leto. Misa Esports got already the Leto. They have definitely in the early game the advantage on the laning phase on mid lane with Kimi and Tigreal against the Lunox. I mean, Lunox doesn't have her skills right now. She has the cooldown too high. So it actually, they can go invade, actually, in my opinion. But they are not doing it, so it's actually good. We see, did I saw it right now with Lance on magical boots?
I think that must be the overlay kind of playing mind tricks on you, I believe. We will see in a bit. I think it was actually my lobby's shoes and Tigreal ones. Oh, wait a second, there's big action coming in. Vey gets caught and he gets blasted. First blood for Denzo.
That's actually already the first kill. They taking out the enemy jungler. So right now he has no buffs. He's still level 3 while the turtle is already spawning. And now they're going to rotate for the XP lane. They're trying to take out the XP laner before the turtle. Maybe using his flicker or something like that, so he won't have to use on the turtle fight like he would have in normal.
The turtle is being spawned.
They're starting
the turtle fight happening because Skylab initiates on my lobby. Carty pushing away Bumblebee. Can Bumblebee be? Yeah, he should be fine. Psyche trying to make some space. There is Danny getting taunted up, getting caught in the bush. They did not know about him, but he got caught anyway. Skylab bursts him down. Turtle is getting taken away by Teeniyi Bambusel, and suddenly the underdog is in the lead.
I just want to point out right now the tanky heroes from Teeniyi Bambusel. They did their job so well. They zoned out the enemies, so they couldn't even reach to come to the turtle. So actually, Misa Esports didn't have the chance to come to the turtle, and that's actually pretty impressive. So I need to say, they're doing a very great job right now. And right here, I can see they're getting better from time to time. Teeniyi Bambusel is getting just better, and that's pretty huge right now. We're seeing that Misa Esports is going for the top lane right now, but I don't know if they can try to force something over there, because Nikki is playing his lane pretty safe. He's not going out that far. So it's actually pretty good. And right now we can see on the mid lane, Lunox and Gato have the positioning over there. They have the positioning on the enemy roamer. They have the positioning on the mid laner. And we see on the bot lane, there is a great fight. Hylos almost got taken down. But we need to say, in my opinion, Teeniyi Bambusel is having just a great, better play right now. They're playing it much better right now. They have the better laning phase. They have the better turtle fight phase. Having the gold lead also. It's just 1k.
Tezuka could be in trouble. Nikki Chiki initiates on him, and Danzo is here to finish the job. Nikki Chiki finishing off carry, and Teeniyi Bambusel further in the gold advantage.
That's actually
my lobby with a 1v2 on the bot lane. I mean 2v1, but there is Bumblebee. He's in big trouble. Tries to use the implosion, but cannot really survive. He gets put down as well. Teeniyi Bambusel furthering the lead, even though Misa Esports are chomping back.
Yeah, now Teeniyi Bambusel is also going for the enemy jungle. And in my opinion, right now they can force the top lane. They can force the top lane. They can either kill the carry or they can take the turret. And that's pretty huge because they're getting much more gold advantage. Maybe they're getting the turret and have a huge advantage for the turtle fight, which will come up now. And that's Kimi.
Danny trying to run away. Glorious Buffet chases him further. He tries to survive. Bumblebee makes some space for him. AOG, can it connect? It does. Seki finishes the job, and now Bumblebee is on the run. Run, Bumblebee. He flickers away. My lobby is still alive. He tries to make some space so Bumblebee survives. Another turtle in the back of Teeniyi Bambusel. Lancelot makes a play on mid lane, but doesn't really result in anything anymore. Oh, there's Danzo playing with the food. Goes for Yugi Shadowkill. Tezuka barely survives. And there is Lapu going for a Raging Slash. Doesn't really connect because Danzo wasn't anywhere here anymore. We closely surviving.
We definitely can see it. Just remember you said that Misa Esports right now is the favorite of this game. And we just see Teeniyi Bambusel, how good they playing the game. Right now they can go and
My
face the
lobby
bot.
getting initiated 1v3. Skylove finishes him off, bursts him down, and Bumblebee is the next target next on the chopping block. Can he survive half HP? He pulls 4, but I don't think there's enough damage. Tezuka has to run as well as Danny, but I don't think they have nowhere to run. Their feet are too short. They cannot run fast enough. Seki goes for Tezuka. 2 more kills, and I have to eat my own words, as you rightfully said, Synchro, because this Teeniyi Bambusel is a whole different beast. Man, the coach is working overtime. Jesus.
We just need to see. They have a 5k gold lead. They have the ladder lead. They have the turret lead. They can easily invade the enemies right now. And what we just see
AOG catches him off guard and V gets pulled in. Seki with a beautiful AOG after AOG. Bumblebee is the next on the chopping block. Double kill for Nikki Cheeky. Oh, big play from my lobby because he has something to say about this game. Double kill for him. Can he play further? I don't think he has the spells. Danny trying to play it with him. Tezuka gets killed himself. My lobby is still trying to play it out. He survives 3-1 for my lobby, but he's the only member that does well for Misa Esports. And this is what I said. He is the consistent one. And the rest, well, they are shaking in their boots.
I need to say, my lobby is a very great player. He's very good on XP lane. He does his job, and that's in every game he's playing. He's all the time, he's consistently playing good. He's doing his job. He's not making like huge mistakes, and he's just going for the great engages. As we saw there, he jumped into 5 enemies. He took out 2 of them, and that was just free for him. I think he took out 3 of them, right?
I think it was 2. I think one of those kills happened on the bot side when he caught Karti with help of V. Now we will be approaching probably another turtle fight, because right now it's looking very spooky around the turtle, but it looks like Misa Esports will be dropping it. I think that's the smarter call probably. No, they look like they want to fight. I mean, they had to drop it.
I just want to point out again, the Hylos and
Danny getting destroyed. Yugi Shiroki finds him in his own jungle as we initiates on mid lane. Karti might be stunning him up. Glorious Pathway ran out, so he will be fine.
I just want to point out again, the Hylos and the AKKE. They did it again. They zoned out the enemy Lancelot so hard he couldn't even try to get to the turtle and steal it. It was impossible for them. So I just need to point it out.
Also, look at Hylos. You were just talking how their tanks play super well. Oh, Yugi Shiroki initiation goes for Bumblebee. Seki finishes him off, and there's my lobby in 3 members, but Megaka goes to Skylab because he didn't have his Raging Slash and Bravest Fighter combination because Karti forced him away from the spell before. Beautiful play that prepared this next one. Seki could be getting caught. No, he's still alive. He is still alive. He is fine because Danny doesn't have any damage whatsoever.
This will probably now be the mid lane. And as soon as the mid lane falls, Teeniyi Bambusel, they have now such a great and huge advantage over the map. They just have full map awareness, so it will be so easy for them to kite out the enemies, to zone them out, fight them, and everything.
V overextended. Oh, actually, it was a great bait. Tezuka shuts down Denzo as they go for more and force Lunox into her ultimate to survive.
Yeah, I need to say, right now, in my opinion, that was misplay of Teeniyi Bambusel. Right now, I think they just overstay. They being too confident right now, because they were 3 against 5 people and they still try to fight them over there. And I need to say I wouldn't have done it, but maybe they should have gotten it if Hayabusa wouldn't have got stunned. But it's still, I think they should have played a bit more safe and wait till all of the teams are there, because probably they're going to win every team fight right now.
Right now they should, but if you look at the damage numbers, my lobby is working overtime. They should pay him extra. And Teeniyi Bambusel suddenly with 1,000 less of a goalie. Nikki Ikichiki initiates into 3 members, but it's just for a show because the rest of the team is playing in mid lane as they pick off my lobby, the only hope for Misa Esports, and they go for First Lord since it spawns right now. Waze tries to survive. He's alive though, so he might be going for a steal.
Yeah, but as I said, I'm going to point out the enemy, both Romos, the AKKE and the Hylos from Team Teeniyi Bambusel. I don't think that even if Lancelot is trying it, he will have the chance to get there, because they're doing their job so well. In every turtle fight, they just zone them out perfectly, and that's a huge advantage of them. I mean, if we just see it, also the Cloud. I mean, sure, my lobby is doing his job. He's actually working overtime right here. He's doing everything. He's going for the engages. He's actually the only one who has the kills, who is going for the engages, who can take out the enemies right now. Because that's what I just said. Teeniyi
RTV
and
face
Carry.
check, gets CC'd up, he is almost dead. If the Hylos can get bursted down, oh, it wasn't the right target. Nikki Kichiki initiates in, and he survives barely. No, he gets finished off by Tezuka. There's MLBB with a Raging Slash used defensively to survive, but at least it's one. It's for two, but at least it's one kill for Misa.
And that's what I just pointed out in after the drafting phase, because Teeniyi Bambusel, they have the damage to take out the Kimi, and we see every time how fast the Kimi is falling down. Same for the carry. I mean, she's playing it very safe. That's why she won't die that easily. But
oh, he initiates. He goes for that, but Viz was able to iframe it perfectly. He survived with sliver of his HP, and Teeniyi Bambusel need to retreat right now.
Do you think Misa Esports has the chance to make a comeback? If we just see on the teamfights right now, on the golden lead and everything, do you think Teeniyi Bambusel will win this game? Or does Misa Esports has the chance to make a comeback?
I mean, it's hard to say, but like if we are looking at the team compositions, the thing is that both gold laners scale the same way, right? Claude will probably be the same strong as Tezuka since they are building very similar items. Though, what is important to say is that Carry probably is the stronger late game carry just based upon how her passive and spells work, because she can shred the tanks. Claude, he can deal a lot of damage to tanks, but he doesn't do that much damage as Carry does. So that's something to consider. But if we are not in the super late game, where Misa Esports are able to get 5 items on Carry, then Teeniyi Bambusel have it in the bag. But can they end before that happens?
That's hard to say, because right now, Misa Esports just left their top lane, and top lane will fall, or almost fall right now. And that's actually not good, because if we see the top turret from Misa Esports is almost falling down. The first inhibitor is almost, it's almost destroyed. So, and as soon as this is open as well, the mid lane is also almost destroyed. So this will give a huge advantage to Team Teeniyi Bambusel, especially for the next Lord fight when they got the Lord and will going for the finish, or try to get to the finish. But what I need to say, the Cloud can go easily on the Kimi in the late game. I mean, he will burst her down as well. But as you just said, if Carry gets her items, she can be a pretty huge menace against Team Teeniyi Bambusel, because she can poke down the Hylos, she can poke down the Gatut Kacha as well. So if they're coming into the late game with the carry, in my opinion, they have still a huge advantage to make a comeback in this game.
The one super important thing to say is, can they clear the waves? And they will try to go for a steal. Bumblebee flickers in, but he cannot connect. And now it's a 5v5 fight, actually. Mosuku for Skylab. And it's happening. Danzo getting bursted down. He's not really that healthy, but Wii is almost dead as well. Double kill for Skylab. And now the rest of the team need to retreat. I don't know if that was the smart play. Like, of course you try it, but you are still able to wave clear, I believe. Now you made it so much harder.
I just want to point out that Hylos and Gatut Kacha both play with Revitalize. So even if they get poked down fully on the, as we saw on the Lord fight right now, they could easily heal themselves up, and that's actually pretty funny to see, because they tried their best to engage to kill them, but they just healed themselves up, and that's actually huge. But I feel like Kimi needs to wake up. She can engage. Especially with her ultimate, her stun, her second skill, she can easily engage also on them. She just needs to...
and talking about engage, Danny getting pushed to his limits. Bumblebee already bursted down super hard, but Wind of Nature being finished for Tezuka. That's super huge buy, because now he can survive Danzo. As now, Lord will be marching into their base. Top tower gets destroyed, mid tower as well is gone. Glorious puff away to force them away. And now, Lancelot has to come back, running in his own base. There's big play going for MLBB. Landshaker connects. Raging Slash doesn't reconnect on the right targets, but though he made enough of time and space for them to finish Lord. Base is still alive. Lord has been taken care of, and now we and the rest need to defend. Half HP for base, quarter of HP, it's gone. And Teeniyi Bambusel with a crazy show of force. This is not the Teeniyi Bambusel that I remember. Synchro, what a game it was from them.
Yeah, I actually expected it from them, because what I saw from them, especially on the last tournament, I watched them and casted as well, they had such great performance. And that's what I actually expected from them. I actually expected it. As I said, I didn't know Misa Esports, and after you told me what they can do and what they did on the, as you said, on the qualifiers, I was actually pretty hyped and excited to see them. But I need to say, Teeniyi Bambusel, they just showed me what I already expected from them, and that's pretty huge.
They absolutely did, and it's unfortunate that Misa Esports couldn't really deliver on what I hyped up you and the viewers for. It's really unfortunate because I think the skill ceiling for Misa Esports is really high, but they didn't deliver today. Maybe it was the overconfidence, maybe it was something else. I cannot really tell you, but it wasn't there. The only piece that was working was my lobby. He was looking great. That's the only saving grace you can give to the team. And if I would have to think about something else, it probably would be that they kept fighting. They kept fighting to the unfortunate demise, to the unfortunate end. They were trying to steal the doors, they were trying to displace, but Teeniyi Bambusel, there were no cracks in their armor. They were just on top of their game. This Teeniyi Bambusel was an insane monster.
I just want to point it out again. The AKKE and the Hylos, especially on the Lords and Turtle fights, they did it so well. They always zoned out the enemies so hard, they couldn't even try to get there. The only one who got there was the AKKE, but it was too late. It was just too late with the engage from Gatot. From the Tekriel, sorry, my bad.
And if we look over the achievements, it's really telling the story. Richest guy is Sneaky Cheeky, right? But Skylaf is the highest damage dealer. Then there's the Wingman Saki, of course, who got awarded the MVP. It's really telling you, since you see 3 different people on 3 of their achievements that they obtained, usually the wall don't really goes to the team that wins, because it's kind of right, like, how do you take the most damage? Well, if you're on the receiving end and you're trying to tank up the fat players, then probably you are tanking up more damage, right? But it's really telling the story. Teeniyi Bambusel, great synergy. You cannot really say there was a single member that wasn't playing right. Yeah, Nikki, he had 3 deaths, maybe, right? But if you look at what he was playing into, and he is Claude that has to jump in, there wasn't really anyone like typically peeling him. Because, of course, there was the CC, there was the damage, but there was really no one who kind of keeps him safe, right? Like, yeah, there is Gato, but he initiates. There is Hylos, yeah, but he initiates, and there is no one for him. So he has to jump in, and if he gets caught in Raging Slash of my lobby, or maybe we is able to single him out, then, of course, he will die.
Yeah, for sure. But I need to say, in my opinion, it's actually also like a huge, or not huge, but in my opinion, the draft of Teeniyi Bambusel was just better. Especially if we just look for like team fights, team engagement, it was just better in my opinion. And that's what we, in my opinion, what we also saw in the game. Because the Romas from Teeniyi Bambusel, the Hylos and the AKKE, they did their thing. The Cloud, every time when they engaged, he always went for the backline, and he always did it. So he always forced the enemy backline to either get back or kill them. And that's pretty huge. They just did their job. I need to say, I can't say anything else that Teeniyi Bambusel, they just played it much better in team. But I think Misa Esports, they have, in my opinion, they have pretty huge potential. And I hope we will see them in the next tournaments as well.
True. But right now, this was the fight that decides if you are going to get the knife put to your neck, or and you have to do the decide in BO3, or if you continue upwards, right? Because right now, Teeniyi Bambusel, with them winning this one, that means they should be moving up into the position where if they win the BO3, then they qualify. Then they are qualified and they can join Memento Mori and they can join Metashift. But right now, Misa Esports are moving down. They have 2 losses, 1 victory, and they are on the brink of being eliminated from the Vol tournament. But right now, it should be all about Teeniyi Bambusel. So let's talk more about Teeniyi Bambusel, because we soon should be having an interview with one of their players. And well, I have to say that the coach is really showing his skills, his hard work. And I'm not trying to belittle the rest of the team, but because of course it's not just about the coach. You have to put in the hard work, and it definitely can be said, and it definitely is shown that Teeniyi Bambusel are putting in the work. Before they were a decent team, now they are a super strong team, at least from what they've shown us right now.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely need to say, especially when you're working with a coach, you need to put much effort into it. You need to play much. You guys need to train very much together. You need to watch your replays, watch for your mistakes you did. You need to accept everything your coach is saying. So if he's saying you did their mistakes, you did their mistakes. You just need to accept it. Try to make it better at everything.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, we will be getting Nikki Cheeky himself to our interview. Hello, Nikki, and I congratulate you on your victory. What a game it was, and I have to say, you were a completely different team. Are the rumors about the coach really true? And is he doing that much work for you, or do you feel like it was just your doing?
At first, hello everyone. I'm glad you have me for having me here. But yeah, it's true. With the new coach, we're getting better and better. And I think you saw from this match. So yeah,
Absolutely.
the rumors are...
Absolutely. I mean, to you, Synchro, what would you throw over to Nikki?
I would just say keep it up. I mean, we saw each other on FMC. I already told you guys what I think about you. So
Yeah.
as I said, you guys just played as I expected. I expected this win. Just keep it up, get much better, and go for top 1.
Thank you. We will. Maybe not now, but enough.
Oh, sorry, Nikki. Continue. I didn't want to interrupt you there.
It's fine. You can say.
I just wanted to add on to my question, and that is the new Teeniyi Bambusel. How do you view yourself? How would you rank yourself, like with the rest? Because right now we see Memento Mori qualified, we see Metashift qualified. You right now are moving to possibly qualify if you win your BO3. So how would you rate yourself, the new Teeniyi Bambusel? Do you believe like you are top 5? Do you believe like you are somewhere in the middle? How would you rate yourself?
Maybe when we first started to play in the search tournament, I'd say we were like top 12 maybe. But with this new Teeniyi Bambusel, I think we can actually be top 5, even maybe top 3.
All right.
I mean, we just have to see.
All right. I'm excited about that.
I will talk for everyone, but I think we are kind of like top 3, top 5 maybe. And we'll just prove it to everyone.
All right. I'm super excited about that, Nikki. Synchro, back to you.
Yeah, I would say you guys definitely have the potential. So as I said, keep it up. And I actually think, and I hope, I will see you under the top 3 this search.
Thank you.
Well, I will throw possibly one of the last questions to you, and that will be, we have an upcoming duel. Who do you believe should be the winner of the next one, of the first BO3 of today? Do you know who will be playing there?
I know the Poland rivals, and the next one I'm not sure. But for the first match, like AKKE against Renta, I think AKKE will win. Maybe 2-0. 2-1, AKKE will still win.
All right.
But for the next match, I think Omni glitch with VoidKids, if I remember well.
Yes, Omni Knights, sorry.
Omni Knights, my bad.
Yeah.
I want to say maybe later again, but I don't think. I think 2-0 for Omni glitch.
Ooh,
Omni
2
Knights.
zeros all over the board. So 2-0 for Omni Knights, 2-0 for AKKE. Can you go a little bit deeper? Why do you believe that, especially the next duel, that VoidKids cannot take it home? Can you go over since I think you are talking from a point of view where we saw your hard work, we saw your strong improvement, so you definitely have the insight. Where do you feel like VoidKids are lacking if you go over their gameplay? Can you like give us a little bit insight of that?
To be fair, I think they need like someone to carry. If Zedel isn't playing Lancelot or Hayabusa, he's not the same person. Like he can't carry with Lancelot like he does, or he can't carry with ISS like he does with Lancelot. And I think they just need more hero pool and a stable team. Like they're always changing the roster. The previous surge they played with another team. Now they're playing with another team. Now they change mid. Now they change XP. Like you just have to stay with one team. I mean, I don't see it from my perspective, but they're changing people every single time.
Absolutely. That's why I asked for your perspective. Exactly. Thank you, Nikki, for that. And I would be wrapping it up if Synchro doesn't have one last question for you.
I would have one last question. How did you feel after Misa Esports banned 4 of your marksmen?
I mean, what can I say? Maybe I expected to ban Granger and Harit, but I didn't expect to ban Chichi and Moscow and Derita. Maybe, I mean, I'm not playing that much, but I don't mind. It just gives me more
Effective threat.
confidence to play. It just gives me more confidence to play my ADC. Like, they let my Cloud open. I even had Batrix 1-1. So it's all fine. I mean, you don't have to target ban me. My hero pool is kind of big, like, so no need to worry. I'll play anything.
They were definitely going for your throat, but well, you prevailed, and even your score spoke very, very nicely of you. All of you had a super strong game. All right. Well, Nikki, I wish you best of luck. And before you log off, is there something that you would like to tell the people on the stream, to your fans, to your family, friends watching, whatever is it on your heart? You are free to tell it.
I mean, for now, I don't have anything in mind, but just go and follow Zidal again. You have to watch him lose 2-0. I just want to see that.
All right.
I think that's all.
Nice.
All right. Thank you for having me.
I love it. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for joining the interview. Thank you for your time, Nikki. Congratulate one more time on your victory. And thank you. Best of luck to the rest of the tournament. Well, well, that was Nikki. And I mean, Synchro, you kind of said it in the beginning. You were like, oh yeah, Dave will play super well, so not a surprise for you. But I have to say, this was a big surprise for me. I knew Teeniyi are a decent team, and I heard the rumors about the coach. But man, the coach and the players, they are working flawlessly. Like, man, the hard work that they were putting in. I would love to see the timers on their phones, you know, like 20 hours a day, MLBB. Maybe the phone is saying like, oh, you should see a doctor. I don't think this is healthy, you know, maybe something like that is happening over there. But anyway, I believe we should be heading into a quick, short break. So for the next one, we will be having Omni Knights against VoidKids. It's an elimination match. Depends if VoidKids can survive or get only eliminated by the Omni Knights. But right before we sign off, I would love to ask you, Synchro, because you will be not joining us for the next one. So who do you think will prevail in this duel?
It hurts me because I'm friends with Zettel, but I need to go as well for Omni Knight though.
Ooh.
I say as well this will be a 2-0 for Omni Knight.
Oh, not even giving him the 2-1? Come on, Synchro, poor Zettel.
It's for me, it's the thing. As Nikki said, they just switching their team players like something, and so they don't have like the synergy right now. And Omni Knight is playing like a very long time together, so I need to go for the 2-0 for them.
All right. Thank you for the analysis. And now we will be hopping into a break. Hello and welcome back to today's matches. Right now we will be having the bigger half of the cake because we just ate a little bit, 2 BO1s, but now it's the big part of the pie and I hope you're excited to eat it scared with me because we will be eating a big part of it with this BO3. It will be juicy, but maybe it will be a little bit short-lived because as Nikki said, he believes that Omni Knight should take it home 2-0. Do you have the same idea in your head? Or do you believe VoidKids can overcome the place they are right now probably in everyone's minds in, and that is on the bottom of the tournament?
Yeah, and that's one of the big bummers out there for VoidKids, I'd have to say, because a lot of people expected them to perform a lot better than what they're actually doing right now. It just feels like this team hasn't really been the same since my lobby left the roster, and they also added a few more changes, and they haven't really found their footing yet. If I'm not wrong, I believe we've also had the discussion as to the number of issues that are going in their entire lineup as well, right? And how everyone is just not able to stick together well. It's a lot of problems that we've got to deal with in the middle of the regular season. It seems tough.
I mean, tough is an understatement. Right now, they have a knife to their throats. Of course, Omni Knights have the knife, the fantastical knife to their throats as well. But Omni Knights are definitely the team that should be coming into this clash much more confident and much more secure. Of course, it's risky because if you maybe possibly lose the first game, then it's super tough and even tougher since it's the elimination series. But I believe Omni Knights should be the team that will be going into this one as the favorites. And I know my streak with the favorites is kind of bad because I said Misa Esports are the favorites and how bad they lost. So, yeah.
I mean, that's one thing, right? There's a few things that the entire roster of Omni Knights as well, they've got a lot of potential in their bag. And one of the big things is Vansky, right? And the amount of times that we've talked about this guy. He is one of those top players out here in this entire lineup, which you have to make sure you focus on. And then comes Slarky Boy, who will eventually face Xenox today from the side of VoidKids as ZL. He's the... Xenox's silhouette is just hiding ZL entirely. That is actually pretty funny to see.
But scared. You know what I have to say? I think honestly this is how the game should go if they want to win. Because Nikki said one super important thing, and that is if Zedel doesn't carry, no one carries. So if Xenox can overshadow Zedel this heavily in the game, damn, that could be the way for VoidKids to win the series.
That's one of the big things, right? ZL, yes, has got to perform. Xenox as well, he's got to step up big time. And Isaac needs to make some nasty plays for his team. Now, let's be honest, both of these teams haven't really been able to win any kind of game whatsoever. They both played 2 of them, have lost both. And their average time in those games have been 15 minutes, right? 15 minutes 45 for Omni Knights, 14-18 for VoidKids. Almost similar over towards that late game and around the transition of that super late game. But the fun fact is, I think so that this one eventually will mark the end of one of those lost streak. One of them will eventually end up winning it. The question is, who's going to be that one? Warren, I personally feel, I think so I'm going to go with the prediction of the man in the interview in the previous one, and I would say it might be Omni Knights. It's also the broken walls that we'll see. And I believe Omni Knights can actually make some nice plays in this specific map.
I agree. Definitely Broken Walls is the playmaking map, especially if you are able to get Grog. I think Grog will be hot stuff over on this map, so probably very high in the ban ratio, since we already saw Grog being very heavily focused in the ban phase. So probably something that they could be going for. Of course, Broken Walls at the same time opening the map up. So as you said, as you rightfully said, so many more plays can happen, so much more action can be done. Ooh, Fanny being banned, so no Fanny for Zedel. Do you think he would go for that, or am I not seeing something?
It just seems like they're just banning one of them out, so they could eventually have a priority in terms of the pick, or maybe it's just a respect for Zedel. Here's the thing, right? I don't really feel Fanny is big of a threat out here right now, specifically in this kind of meta. It's fine. Focusing on the Basha, Lancelot, and Alice, those are understandable. You'd not want to give Alice on to the other side, considering you can prioritize the CC right now or the Jushin. Both of them are available for Omni Knights.
Do you know what's super scary though? Look at VoidKids. They banned Lancelot. They have an idea in their head. I don't think this is the same VoidKids that we saw last time. This looks super interesting, honestly, in my eyes. Because I don't believe the old VoidKids was just throw Lancelot under the bus. Of course, Omni Knights could pick him themselves if they were able to. But probably they could have banned Lancelot as a third ban. But them banning him this high up is quite interesting for me.
I agree, but to be honest, it's not just that one thing, right? VoidKids eventually has banned out the hero pool of ZL2 in terms of the jungle. There's no Basha available, you banned out the Lancelot, Shin was banned from the other side. The only other pick I can see right now is a Hayabusa. So this could be a CC Hayabusa lock-in. Yeah, it's a Haya. We're gonna figure out what RM eventually picked up in a white.
Yeah, right now it looks like...
Oh.
Are you a fan of this? Because I think if VoidKids are supposed to win, they have to risk it for the biscuit. And I think Cho is a way to do it.
Too early, I'll have to say, and Kalia is the better Cho.
True. But the thing is, we saw Isaac on Kalia, and he wasn't really successful on that. He wasn't really confident on that. He wasn't having a great time. So if he thinks that Cho is the better option for him, well, all out. I'm all in for it. But Grok has been stolen away from Omni Knights, so he will be building those walls.
That's what I was about to say as well, because it's not just Grok, it's also the CC. Now you've already given 2 of the 3 priority picks on the other side, and considering the Garuda is still available, Omni Knights can eventually pick him up and put him in the EXP lane. Unconventional, but it used to work a few months back too, so I don't see any of that changing instantly, because that would eventually deny a Farsa to the side of VoidKids. So that's the angle I'm trying to come through. VoidKids pick up a Farsa to counter Kimi, and then Omni Knights eventually lock in the Garuda in the second phase, where you put the Gato in the EXP lane, put the CC into the gold lane, Kimi in the mid lane.
True. Right now, there is a lot of options for the side of Omni Knights with the flexibility of CC, right? You are kinda still making VoidKids question it. Lapu. If CC ends up matching against Lapu, he will have a tough battle in front of him, because I believe the only time I saw Lapu here on Search win into CC was Laito. And Laito and Jackpots, well, they are one of the toughest teams that we have here on Search. So can VoidKids, one of right now probably in most people's eyes weaker teams, still pull this through? That's a big question. That's a big if.
True. We'll have RM answer that if. Fred being banned out though, so they think it's going to be a tank jungle into the damage marksman in the gold lane, right? So you don't want to give them those tanky options. Plus it's also one of those next few jungle picks which you'd want to go with. I like the idea. However, instead of a Valentina, I would have kind of liked a Farsa or maybe an Eve to be up there on the bans, but it's fine. You know, you can actually steal it with the Tectonic Charge and can give some good setups to your team. So Valentina is still a pretty good ban. Yeah, VoidKids are looking in a one-dimensional manner where they're just locking down the jungle pool right now. Interesting to see. Farsa,
I mean, it's definitely... Yeah?
Just thinking, Farsa or any one of them has to go.
Oh, it's Harid, actually. They played you, Scare, because they decided it will be Harid. And honestly, if you look at the composition of VoidKids, it kind of makes sense, right? Because Harid will be super useful against CC. He is very good against Grog. He's very good against Kimi. You know, like, it makes sense. And also, he does magic damage. And that's something VoidKids are lacking. So right now, they had the only option to go for mid lane and to go for Lunox. So that will be a hero for them. Granger AKKE, you believe, for the side of Omni Knights. Ooh.
Yeah, that's what they banned out the Harith. You don't really have any other option in the gold lane. Harith and Granger are the 2 prio picks. Slarky Boy's Granger, we have seen. We know that he's very good at that. And AKKE is one of those last few jungle options which I see that could be viable in this situation. you can entirely disrupt the show on the other side.
I mean, even higher. Like if he appears after Yugi Shadow Kill, he gets instantly heavy spinned. Or for example, he jumps in and before, of course, it will come down to who is more mechanically skilled or who can push the buttons faster. Oh, it is a guy, and it's Moscow actually. So the soul magic damage of Omni Knights is on Kimi. So if she doesn't pull through, then it will be kind of hard for VoidKids.
Just because of the Moscow effect now, I think VoidKids have a better option here. It's pretty late for Moscow to hop in, activate it, and there's a lot of AoE for him to dodge in a Hayabusa, Lapu, as well as a Lunox. Lunox, if going in the mid lane, you need a gold. I think so. Irithel is the next best option, or a carry, considering the amount of tankiness on the other side. So one of those things need to hop in here. We'll have to see which one of that is going to be. Irithel or carry.
Well, talking about hopping in, you should definitely hop in for our giveaway on our Instagram, because we will be giving away some Saber skins, so you should definitely hop in over there as well before we hop in the Land of Dawn, because right now you have the time, so check it out. Also, Scared, did you ever think about just not upping your game, going Mythical Honor, going, you know, Mythical Immortal and this kind of stuff, but maybe upping the amount of muscle you have on yourself? Because, you know, I was kind of lately thinking about that, and I did not know, but Surge came in clutch, because they were like, you know what? Do you want to rank up in real life as well? Man, come on, join the Surge Fit Club and win in-game prizes, because right now we have Zeddle's Challenge alive. So you can definitely join in there. Check it out. It should be spammed right now in the chat, so you get the link there. And also, there's not just 2 ways to win stuff, just through exercising, just through going to the giveaway, but also through the clip contest that is live on our Discord. Send your best place fails, funny moments to join the competition. But right now, we'll be looking at the best place fails and funny plays over on the Land of Dawn from Omni Knights and VoidKids. If you look at the draft, who do you think has the better draft? Don't think about the teams, just look at the heroes.
Warren, I just have to say before I answer that draft that you mentioned about those funny clips, and the first one I remember was the Grog flicker. That was not just once, but twice, missing out every single one, where me and Kronos were just laughing throughout of it. I'm pretty sure that would qualify as one of the funny clips out there. But boys and girls, no funny business here in the Land of Dawn, as it's Omni Knights taking on VoidKids. An elimination best of 3. The winner stays on. The loser goes back home with no second chances. That's going to be a big one out there. And just looking at the draft, I think I'm going to go for the VoidKids play this time around.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, if we look at the heroes that are being played, definitely Yang should be having the pressure in mid lane, but it looks like Nizu has nothing to say about that, because he is looking for Zettel. He's trying to kind of harass him away, kind of make his life miserable, but Cho is already on the move. He's going for a play on the bottom side. Not really. Decided not to.
Yeah, they're not really playing out that aggressive out here, though. Again, the win condition for both of these teams is absolutely simple, straightforward. Make sure your gold lane and mid lane farms up and they carry in the mid to late game. That's a clear-cut win condition, and both of them are going in with kind of a pseudo pick-off comp, right? You've got the Lapu and Isaac for the dive, where RM will just make sure that he soaks up the damage, while your team finish off the pick with the Way of the Dragon that was used up. While on the other side, Omni Knights, they kind of have a counter to that, right? They've got the heavy spins by Leandro, who can try and disrupt what VoidKids want to do. And then Nizu as well, who can set things up with his own tectonic charge as soon as he sees a couple of people, with making sure that Slarky Boy and Yang are alive. So it's more of a front-to-back composition. And that's one of the big things, right? That's why I always say it's the game of the EXP, because Wade's play and timing will make all the difference in this game.
But right now there is heavy spin available. Wade already getting chunked down. This doesn't look like a good fight for Omni Knights. First blood goes to VoidKids. Yankee. Leandro finishes the turtle, but oh, Yankee dies himself. Xenox gets put down by Slarky in a 1v1, and Nizu gets a kill on Kaiser. Suddenly 3 kills and a turtle on top, like a cherry on the cake for Omni Knights.
Now guess what? They want even more out of that. They want to go in for the buff as well.
Oh, they are going. Did he get it? No, he did not.
He should be
Oh,
taking
but
down.
Nizu, he is getting chased away because he overstayed his welcome. He wanted to stay for the dinner as well, but they kicked him out.
One of the big things out here, but Xenox losing to Slarky Boy up on top in a 1v1 where Claude should be favored in the matchup. That is big.
That
Because
is
now
insane if you ask me. That is crazy.
Look at the build already. Slarky Boy is going to get his Corrosion Scythe in what? Around a 300 gold now. And it's not even a crossbow that's been picked up by
Nizu, Isaac getting pulled in. He has to flicker away. Lunox try to iframe it. And there's Moscow connecting with the spear. He finishes off Yankee as Leandro takes the kill. But I have to say, look at the gold platings. He has it all. He has it all. Slarky Boy is so rich, not because of that one kill, but because he took all the gold platings. He has it all. There's nothing left on the top tower.
Oh my god, almost 3,000 gold there. That's even higher than ZL on the Hayabusa. And I believe in one of the interviews we encountered a player, right? They mentioned that ZL's hero pool is just a couple of heroes. And if you take care of them, ban them, then he's going to struggle. And if he struggles, the entire team cannot perform as a whole. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Yankee isn't really looking all that comfortable in terms of the Lunox plays as well that he's trying to make again. And overzealous Chaos Assault being used up. That's basically got them nothing. And another turtle out here now. This should be a priority turtle for Omni.
Initiation from Zadel goes for Yugi Shadoko. Yang survives by a sliver of his health, and now the fight is on. And there is big action coming in. Wade with a vengeance pop. Now there is Regislash going through. Connects on 3. He goes in. Kaiser trying to finish them off, but he didn't hit. Though there's Yankee that saves the Vo situation by picking him off. And Nizu will be probably getting. Oh, no, Nizu is alive. He flickered away. He is still alive and healthy, but VoidKids could be possibly taking the turtle home and turning the tide of the game in their favor.
I have to say, I have no clue how that worked out for VoidKids, but guess they used up all the wrong formulas and still got the right answer. That was such a chaotic fight, such a messed up fight because RM used up his flicker, Yankee had to use up his flicker just to try and catch Nizu and Wade, which I'm not quite sure if were worth all of that effort. They still would have gotten the turtle without utilizing all of them. But guess what?
There's big engage from Isaac. He kicks it in and Yang gets picked off. And what's super important, the kill went to Yankee. He has 3 kills. So I believe Slarky Boy will soon be contested in the gold department because Yankee with 3 kills.
That's big one. But look at top side.
There's big wall separating the fight, but Braves Fighter, of course, helps you get in. The thrill of the battle, Land Shaker connects, and Kaiser picks up his first kill for himself. So RM is not slacking behind, and you know what? VoidKids are suddenly on the same gold, maybe with a tiny little lead, I meant.
Look at backline.
Leandro getting picked off, so even further lead for VoidKids.
That's a big Purify being used up by Yang though. Isaac will eventually move all the way far back, and throughout all of that, ZL was able to clear up the mid lane as well. So tier 1 is still standing. That's a big play coming in from the side of VoidKids, I'd have to say. And suddenly their coordination now is looking on point. Finally, it's looking like, alright, the boys are getting back in their form, and Conceal play up top.
Oh, there's big play going for Nizu. Nizu, I think he almost has his flicker, but now he uses Tectonic Charge to survive. VoidKids are suddenly active on the map. Can it hit? No, it doesn't. So Zettel is fine as well.
Gonna be fine though. If anything, I would not really want Slarky Boy to use up his Spear of Destruction to jump on ZL when there are no minions around. Come on, that's suicide. But on the other side of the spectrum, I want to have a look at the items that are being made, right? Because I just saw Wade pick up the Vorax too along.
Nizu getting caught. He needs to use Tectonic Charge defensively, and the Traction Pull was used up as well. Oh, can Zettel survive? He tries to do the Yugi Shadow Kill to buy himself some time, and the rest of the squad jumps in. Zettel trying to jump around, do some damage. He's still alive. Zettel is alive. Can he burn? No, he does not. And the rest of the team, can they survive as well? Iframes. Yes, they are alive. They saved Zettel, and the rest are alive as well. Though Slarky Boy is getting himself very rich in the top side, and Spear in missing. this. Okay, what a day to be a member of VoidKids, because right now you're coming back into the game. Though Claude went to defend, Yankee with a pickoff for Yang. He finished him off out of the camera view, and now 2v1 happening on two sides. Leandro finishes off the turtle, though there was other important stuff for VoidKids to consider, and that was definitely the Slarky Boy pushed in their top side. So it makes sense that they retaliated.
Oh my god, that's still not stopping. Isaac eventually facing the curtain call and the blitz of the yo-yo. This fight continues even more.
Zedel almost getting picked off suddenly into heavy spin and CC chain. Luckily for him, they didn't even realize what they had in front of them, because Zedel jumped in so quickly that they didn't even know that he's there.
Oh my god, Slarky Boy just starts hitting the turret, and Isaac, who was recalling behind it, eventually was caught in the penetration of his skill. And now it's going to be Zedel falling down bot. Nothing is happening good for VoidKids again. They are being caught on every part of the map. I'll have to say, it seems like it's not 5 players playing together, but rather every single player individually playing for themselves.
I mean, I would share the sentiment before, but I think in this game they showed us like 80%. Oh, now talking about teamwork, they initiate 2 against 2. Slarky still surviving, and Yankee couldn't finish him off. And unfortunately for that, Slarky gets another tower and further lead for himself. Right now, he's firmly seated. He's basically the sole reason why Omni Knights are ahead. It's just Slarky Boy. If I was hyping up Vlado, you have Slarky Boy as well, and he's not that far behind.
And one of the big things why that burst did not really work out was because, again, Lunox did not have the second item. Yankee was only running with a glowing wand. That's about it. And it's a pretty big problem if you really consider, right? Because you want Yankee to farm up pretty well. He's the man who's got the highest skill in his team. That's 4 in total. Highest in this entire lobby, if anything. And even after all of that, that's taking a lot of time, though. Good thing, not a lot of magic defense on the other side, and Isaac has actually been doing a pretty good work with the Way of the Dragons, though.
Oh, initiation, Brave Fighter goes in, Lane Shaker goes for Leandro, he forces the heavy spin out of him. Kaiser's still alive, but he gets vault off. Yang finishes him off, and they possibly chase for more, not really. Claude with a 1v1 against Slarky Boy, but this means Omni Knights will start up the Lord.
I'd have to say, every time I see Slarky Boy playing, we'll talk about that as the Oogie Shadow kill goes in.
The AOG connects, I mean not the AOG, SOG connects. Oh, but Isaac is still trying to buy some time. Xenox is there, he's chomping down on Slarky Boy. Slarky Boy almost dead. Can Yankee finish him off? He tries to go for Slarky, but he's still alive. Zedel stole Lord in the meantime. Was it Lord? It was Lord. He stole it. He stole it in front of their eyes. He stole the food from under their hands.
That's one of the big ones out here with VoidKids will get some breathing room to work with. As you could see, Slarky Boy, even though he jumped into the fight, it was Isaac who saved the life of Yankee there. Hold on, there's another brawl in mid.
Yugi Shadowki and Zedel is smurfing, he is cooking, and there's Kaiser with a kick from Isaac. Really a little bit of disconnect because Kaiser jumping in at the same time when there was a kick happening from Isaac. Not really the best coordination, but still, you get the mid lane tower, and Lord will probably get the top one.
That's a big one out here. Some of the map control now being taken away by VoidKids, which will help them to farm up, specifically the ones that they've lost. Yeah, and Slarky Boy now picking up the Wind of Nature means he can go for head-on fights with Zedel and Xenox, but he still cannot sustain anything from what Yankee will throw at him. Right now, Xenox has also completed his own Trinity, so he's going to start hurting pretty much even more now. Specifically to Nizu, Leandro, they can't really go for as much frontlining as they would think they can. Oh, okay. Was not really expecting a Way of the Dragon by Isaac.
Yeah, Traction Pull misses, so Isaac is just fine. He kind of initiated, he kind of played with his foot. Though, walk me through the fight. How did it went so good?
Yeah, look at that. Zedel's only option was just to steal the Lord because the entire team was trying to create the chaos in the fight. It all was triggered by the Way of the Dragon from Isaac when Slarky Boy jumped in with his SOD trying to take down Yankee. That Way of the Dragon disrupted him, which eventually disrupted the flow of entire fight. VoidKids, I'd have to say, some of those individual plays are helping them survive, and the coordination of Isaac and Yankee is working out, but rest of them, yeah, I kind of want to see them bring their coordination back. That's the only thing.
Ooh, new shiny item for Yankee. More damage for him.
Divine Glaive coming in. It's gonna burst through those Athena shields. There's only 2 of them out here though, so that's the only thing. Brute Force being made now into the Blade Armor. I am still surprised there's not a single Justice Pauldron by either of these teams. Considering both the marksmen are, what? Trinity marksmen who rely on attack speed. I was actually expecting them before the Blade Armors though. Like, I absolutely understand the basic attack bounce back, but at least one of them should have gone for it. And if I'm not wrong, even Leandro, yeah, he... Alright, that's going to be picked up by Nizu, the anti-Curus.
Oh, 1v1 Slarky Boy, he was able to scare off Zaddle,
Yeah.
and Yankee gets caught! That cannot be happening. Can he survive? No, he cannot, because there's Leandro. He finishes him off, Wade with a kill, and there's 2 members trying to kind of save what is left. Yank will be the next target. He's still alive. There is the rest. Raging Slash rages on. Yank is the target to go down, but can the rest survive? Isaac is still trying to dance around Kaiser. He will be going down. He's just trying. Oh, the spear connects. Now there is Zaddle against Moscow, and I don't think he has a way to survive. Double kill for Slarky Boy, and now it's just Claude against 4 members marching into his own base. Can VoidKids defy, deny the destiny of this game not being won by them? Xenox is trying to save it. He tried to go for the minion, but the minion is still alive, so they can go for the base crystal as the base crystal pops. Damn,
Ooh.
what a game.
Just 1 Art of Thievery away from trying to clear that minion, but yes, it's Omni Knights who eventually take the game. With all of that chaos which was thrown in this one, I'd have to say Omni Knights still came out with the W. That's one of the big things happening here, because at a couple of moments, I thought maybe ZL and the boys would be able to bring it back, specifically when the Wind of Nature was completed as well by Xenox. But at the end of the day, again, I'm still surprised not a single Justice Pauldron here, right? Because the amount of attack speed reduction that it gives you, it's actually pretty decent. Reduces your cap from 100 to just 75. So that's what? 1 in every 4 basic attack not landing in because your attack speed is low. But all in all, it's absolutely fine. It was still a back and forth game, but you know what? I'm pretty sure both me and Kronos, along with Zakota, and I believe you, Warren, as well, I could say that this was a very brawly game, don't you think?
Yes, it was, but at the same time, this looks good for VoidKids, because if VoidKids are supposed to win this series, if they want to win the series, the more brawly way to play those games, that's where they can outperform or maybe outmaneuver or maybe outclass their opponents. Because if it's more macro oriented, then their lesser team synergy will not work in their favor. But their individual skill was really able to shine through. And honestly, surprisingly for me, not really for the chat apparently, because the chat was on the side of VoidKids. So they were kind of expecting that VoidKids will put up a big fight. But Omni Knights, honestly, yeah, they made the game so early. Or maybe it was VoidKids, who knows? But the thing is, there was not a much of macro and like the competitive gameplay. The only competitive gameplay that we saw was the team fights. That was kind of it.
Even in those, you could really see a couple of players of VoidKids making their own plays, and then the rest of them just trying to barge in. And I think so. It's also because the composition of Omni Knights was like that, right? You've got a Moscow that's never going to join in the fights. Then you've got Yang, who is basically the main source of damage. Wade is there to just be a nuisance on your face. You've got to avoid Leandro because he's the AKKE and has got the AV spins. So I think so. It's not just VoidKids. It's also the composition that Omni Knights brought in, which forced VoidKids to make those kind of rough around the edges plays, though. But this Claude really not working out for Xenox. Specifically from the first minute, right? He's got a couple of deaths, and one of them was right at the first turtle fight when Slarky Boy won a 1v1 against him in the offlane. And I think so that was one of the big reasons why we did not really see things going in the way how we wanted to see, specifically when it's a Claude against a Moskov.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There is big credit to be given to Slarky Boy. You can see it on the score. He is rightfully the MVP. He had absolutely much better game than the rest of the team combined. Like he was there, then there was some space, and then there was the rest of his team, because he was just putting up a crazy show. I don't want to belittle the performance of the rest of the team, but he just played so much better. He played like what we expected, probably, or at least what I expected from Omni Knights. The rest, they were like rough around the edges, you know, like something was good, something was bad. Whereas Slarky Boy, he was on point. Not a single mistake I can recall from the game that he did. Maybe some little ones, maybe he missed one minion, maybe someone can tell me if that happened. But other than that, he was so on point. Right rotations, right team fights, really mostly hitting the SOGs. I believe he was hitting those. I remember one that he missed, but I think most others he hit. So truly a great game from Slarky Boy. And yeah, it's what we talked about before the game even started. Honestly, what a crazy foreshadowing, because we were talking about Xenox. We were saying he has to outshine Zedel, and he did not do that. He didn't do it. Maybe he did it in the picture, but he didn't do it in the game in the Land of Dawn when it mattered.
Wow. The fact that you also mentioned about the first one, right, where his hand was just covering Zedel entirely. But here's the fun thing, right? Yes, it also came down to that individual battle in the gold lane, which we both were discussing. Slarky Boy, he's just going to do his own thing. So Xerox will have to win out in that department too. Slarky Boy just outperformed him out there in that gold lane. And when we're talking about that mid, you could clearly see the damage was being dealt by Yankee. He had that brilliance and the chaos being mixed up properly to try and take down that backline. I believe it's just because of the lack of farm that the entire team had. He was not able to build the right items at the right time, which would have given him the burst to take down Yang on the other end. But all in all, yeah, that was one game dropped off, but it's a best of 3 series eventually, so you still have potentially 2 more games to go, out of which the second one is going to be played on the Flying Clouds finally. So some machineries that you can use in the back of your base to hop in towards the lanes. It's going to bring that one very brawly chance of hopping into those fights, right? Because again, even if you get low in that HP, you can just hop back in your base, move back up ahead. So that kind of, as much as it should increase the pace of the game, it slows down the game in general.
I mean, depends how you look at it, because of course, as you said, one way to look at it is, oh, I can regen myself and then go back in. Whereas some other people might view it, oh, I can die, make a crazy play, make like a super deep cut, and it doesn't really matter, because in the time where I, for example, make a cut behind the second tower of our enemies, in the time where I respawn and go back into the lane, there is just the first wave of minions arriving. So there's definitely 2 approaches, 2 ideas of the same coin, right? Like 2 heads of the same coin. Right now we are having nice graphics that we didn't used to have before. It's the draft from the last game. We had it before. We had it in the first game also. No, we didn't, right? Because it was BO1. So I'm surprised. I'm surprised. I didn't know, Skirt, if you were counting with that. But big shout out to our technical department. Big shout out to all of them, because I love to see it. This is so good.
It clearly shows you that the bans are in the exact same phase like they were in the previous one, right? You've got the Fanny as well as the Alice banned out from the side of Omni Knights. Then there's also the Basha ban. They're still going to stick to the exact same banning for the first 4. No changes there whatsoever. So now that opens up things even more, right? Because Omni Knights would not want to change a thing. They won the previous game. As much of the kind of brawly thing it was, they're going to respect that show. Here's the fun thing. So Isaac is not going to lay his hands on that show again. He was setting things up nicely for the team, right? I think so. He just got outshined by everyone else in that case.
Honestly, Isaac is such a big topic to discuss, or not big topic, but like nice topic to discuss for the side of VoidKids, because I have to give him credit. This was honestly, even though they lost, I have to say this was one of the best games that Isaac played.
Essentially is open actually right now. You know what? As much as we're talking about Isaac, yes, it could potentially be either a Yusenshin pick for Zedel. I don't think so. He's going to go for the Hayabusa. But this gives him an opportunity to go for something that he likes. So, interesting.
It's Eve?
Yeah, it's a Gato and Eve. I like the idea. With Lunox, you want to dive in. With Eve and Gato, you want to play the kill box composition. It's a nice opening draft from VoidKids.
Honestly, I'm quite surprised that they didn't run it back the same way, right? They didn't go for Haya, they didn't go for the same initiator like Kelia instead of Cho, because the same bands. It was kind of telling me the story, or maybe like they were playing with my mind. Oh, we are going to do the same. Maybe that was the idea. Maybe they were trying to put this idea in the heads of Omni Knights and be like, oh yeah, we are playing the same composition. So maybe Omni Knights going for Hayabusa is actually a counterplay from VoidKids, because they knew they would go for the bait and they go for Fredwin. I like the idea. Honestly, this could be the way.
It could very well be, considering you've got a ton of poke as well for your side, and you're not really relying on the Yi Sun-shin out here too. But on the other side, right, Omni Knights, that's where things are getting, it's gonna get pretty nice, because you got the Hayabusa for the late game. You also got the Kimi for early to mid game as well, or even so for the late game if you think about it. But then you want someone who can also disrupt Yankee on the eve. You've got Wade, yes, Haya will jump on her, but Haya would not be valuable until he turns level 12, specifically in those team fights. So now with that, VoidKids can eventually ban out some of those golden options, and one of them being 1-1. I like the idea. Fredin gets hard countered by 1-1. You simply ban it out.
I agree. I have to say 1-1 ban makes a lot of sense. Right now, thinking about the other golden ban, will it probably be Horrid, just because he is mobile and you kind of want that magic damage for Omni Knights? Thinking about it. Possibly could be Granger, but I feel like Granger is so bad into the composition of VoidKids. Like, he has the range, don't take me wrong, but he's not good at shredding tanks. He cannot really do that much damage. There is nothing, like, he does damage, but there is nothing in his kit that kind of enables him to do good damage into tanks. He is firing a little bit slow. He doesn't have high attack speed. He doesn't have any HP percentage, any extra shred in his kit, you know, so I feel like they could just leave the Granger open. Yeah, exactly. Ban Moscow, that's what I like. And Omni Knight's going for Hilda ban. I don't know if VoidKids would go Hilda. Do you think there was a way?
Work. I could see it working in a sense, but on the EXP lane, I think so there's a lot of better options. Simply pick up a Lapu Lapu one more time. I'd have to say RM was doing a pretty decent job in that, and they could eventually go for it once again. And I think so. I'm not going to concur on the one about the Granger though, because I feel Granger could work really well in this one. Not in the early game, in the mid to late game snowball, because Granger scales as well with the amount of damage he's constantly dealing and hitting the targets. His overall damage gets scaled up, and once you build the Malefic gun and you add the Blade of Despair in that, that's where you can eventually exploit that range constantly with the Rhapsody, Rondo around to reposition, and you don't need to get caught in the real world manipulation. So I think so a Granger would be a pretty nice pick, and Grok is also open as well. So you can try and land in the Grok too with a pseudo dive kind of composition.
I see the vision that you are speaking about, but if you go this path, then you are full physical damage, other than Kimi. So if mid lane doesn't work out, then you are kind of serving it on a golden platter for VoidKids. They can just hammer down those armor items and they don't need to care. And Hayabusa will be completely destroyed by that. So I feel like Omni Knight should maybe think about doing some more magic damage, because Horrid was still open. No, they go for the Granger. So they are kind of going in a way that you had yourself in your head with a Bedang. That's a nice shakeup, because honestly, Bedang, other than his engage capabilities, his disengage capabilities, they are super big as well. And not enough people talk about him as a great disengage tool.
That's one of the big parts out here. Harith should be picked up here. You've got the Granger going on to the other side. You lock in the Harith. Sets pretty well with both these comps. To be honest, this is one of the first few times when I'm liking the comps from both of these sides. Bedang is going to be the one that I'd have to see if that works out pretty well for them or not. I think so that could be one of those loose ends though, but I can still see the vision. Landing in those fish cracks, you just try to keep them all together in one place for Yang to constantly deal the AoE, and Wade eventually can pair two of those people up with the curtain call. So I think so that's going to help them out big time out here. But yeah, this draft looks pretty even to me.
Yeah, even hero-wise, but we will see if it will be even or playable player-wise, because in the last game, Xenox was kind of pulling the shorter end. Maybe he can step up, because her Raid Granger matchup, correct me if I'm wrong, but her Raid should be winning on lane, right?
Yes, it's a Harith favoring lane out. On the other side, you've got the Lapu Lapu, who should eventually win the lane against a CC. Yeah, I know that there's going to be a lot of poke battles. It goes down to the skill matchup, to be honest. So it's entirely RM versus Wade rather than a Lapu versus CC. While in the mid lane, yeah, it's going to be those constant poke battles from both the ends, though. But I think so. It should be Omni Knights who should win the river. But overall, maybe with the Wombo combo, we can have VoidKids taking it to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, as we move in the land of Dawn for this game 2. Omni Knights just one win away, while VoidKids desperate for a win.
Yeah, and I mean, they are one win away, but really, what are they one win away from? From surviving and keeping themselves alive in the tournament, but not really qualifying yet. This is a really long way ahead of them still. So, yeah, that's definitely something to take into consideration. Of course, still being in the tournament is definitely better than falling out, right? But super important thing that I would love to pinpoint, still when the BO3 is being played, the first 2 teams that are on the verge of elimination are 2 teams from Thunder Division. Who would have known? They were supposed to be the strongest, the fastest, the brightest, the bestest teams. But right now they are fighting for survival, and that just speaks volumes about the rest of the teams that were able to qualify through Promo Relo and Last Chance. So definitely shout out to them, but right now let's talk more about what is happening right now. Because as you said before, both of these team comps are decent. I have to double up you on that. I think both of the team comps are decent, though there is one big chink in the armor. I think Omni Knights need to win late game and need to win early game and need to do well for Yang. Because if Yang falls off, the rest is full physical damage and is not going to work out. But right now, Isaac is trying to work something out, but he gets targeted immediately. Zedel is making space for him, and he's a big man. He's a big chungus, not really getting damaged. He doesn't care.
Interesting thing that I actually noticed in Emblem was that Zedel has gone in for the cooldown reduction as well in the first set. So he will get back his skills more often than you would think or you'd want to see, as they
Kaiser initiated, missing the lane shaker flicker combination. Now Leandro is the next on the chopping block, but he gets the turtle and he is suddenly out of here. Oh, he's trying to still play it. Kaiser, his race fighter ran out, and first blood goes to Wade, and they chase for more. Zedel, I think he was able to collect the golem, but that's just a little treat for yourself after losing the team fight.
Big one though. The only thing that worked out for Omni Knights was the fact that Leandro was able to take away the turtle and also survive through all of that. And then, again, all thanks to Slarky Boy on his own rotation, he was able to get that one pick off to VoidKids. Not really seeing that big win which we kind of wanted to see from them, but it's fine. I'd have to say, here's the thing, right? It's VoidKids' early game up against Omni Knights' mid to late game. You can't let Omni Knights have their own fun time in this one. One good thing, or rather not even a good thing for VoidKids, it's again a good thing for Omni Knights that Wade is winning out the entire matchup out here. I kind of wanted to see a bit more on the aggressive end by RM by using that skill 1 and then dashing towards Wade just to get that extra bit of shield up so you could sustain through the yo-yo blitz. None of that is happening right now.
But so far, the game has been so much slower than the last one. The first one was like, oh, wait, big action coming in. Just as I say, it's slow. And Nizu is the target. Yankee picks him off. And suddenly, 1 kill for VoidKids. But doesn't really change anything, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. The thing, now, Void picks up the War Axe. So, and that's the first item, even without the boots, though. So, in terms of rotation, not so much, but I think so it should be absolutely fine right now. As the turtle is up over towards the top as well. VoidKids need to win this one fight. Otherwise, they're going to probably lose out on in terms of that snowball. Leandro picking up the Hunter Strike as well. Yankee would not, or rather I'd have to say, he's got to be careful around here. He's got the real world manipulation though. The position looking a bit iffy,
Isaac
but there we
goes
go.
in, Kaiser jumps on his head, Landshaker forces Wade away. He needed to burn his vengeance. He is barely alive, half HP. Oh, big pull in for 3 members of VoidKids, and suddenly the fate is in the favor of Omni Knights as they pick one off and they go for more, and Turtle is in their firm hands. VoidKids should back up and leave because this fight is over. You should run.
Big traction pulse out there. And this is what we were talking about, right? Yang needs to survive in this one. Fun fact, he's also got the weakness finder, right? So it's going to slow the other people down a lot more than they'd want to be slowed. And Starky Boy has been winning out in his rotation for the goal lane as well. That's a big ass up towards the top side. Every single thing is working out for Omni Knights, except for the audience poll.
Yeah, true. The audience pool, good point. The audience still believes in VoidKids, so maybe they are getting paid by Zettel, or maybe that's something about that. Yankee is in big trouble. Isaac still trying to tank it up, and Nizu picks them off. And suddenly, just when I mention that VoidKids are being believed in through the chat and through the viewers, well, it crumbles. It crumbles so bad, and I want to wish the best for them. I want them to come back in this game, but it's looking so bad, and every second just adds up to that. It's looking so dire.
Tier 2 is going to be chunked down a bit as well. It's got his own defenses up, so it will stand up. But here's the thing, now you're losing gold, you're losing everything. This is the first items in the boots being picked up for VoidKids. They're 3,500 gold behind right now. And it's almost like the previous game, right? 6 to 7 minutes in and the score is 5-1. It seems like VoidKids are getting messed up in their fight. It needs to be the real world manipulation first, and then everything else goes in. RM or ZL need to be the main frontline of the team. They need to be the pillars of the team. And none of that is happening right now.
I agree. Super tough spot for VoidKids right now. The knife is, up in there. They could be cutting the ropes, the last ropes that are holding them in this tournament, right? In the regular season, Turtle will be spawning, Omni Knights will be taking it home, but play happening on the top side. Slarky Boy is on the run. He's trying to survive. He's jumping around, still being kept alive. But he survived even without a flicker. That's rough.
Is more like a sleeky boy right now. I can't catch them, but there's the go. There goes the re-engage.
Traction pole misses completely, doesn't really hit anyone, but forces them away. Now Isaac is next on the target. On the target side, RM gets picked off as well. Yang picks him off, and it looks so bad. Poor VoidKids. This is not looking good, and I am the biggest believer in the VoidKids, in the Void Kings narrative, but I think they cannot come back from this one.
Seems like rather than for VoidKids, they're being dealt with a big hand that they can't really deal with whatsoever. The fight continues.
Right now. Isaac, Xenox jumps in, and Nizu, just when I say it's over, they decide otherwise. Wade gets picked off, Nizu as well. And suddenly, VoidKids are kind of shifting the gold favor in their hands. Not really, but little wins, we take it.
4,000 still in favor of Omni Knights, and I'd agree, yeah, the little wins. But for how long are they going to make it count? That's the big thing. VoidKids, they've got to find something else, right? And it's not coming in from those individual plays. It needs to be a well-orchestrated team fight. That is not happening. ZL needs to be the anchor. He needs to be the main punching bag. RM needs to displace Yang in those fights. Even right now, you could see Yankee having the highest damage in the team. Even in the game when he was playing Lunox, the previous one, he still had the exact same start up. And that is considering how both the teams, the entire damage numbers are being considered here. It's going to be constant poke and harass.
I think Yankee is stepping up to the game. I think he is really in there. I think he's really locked in. His performance on Lunox was really decent, and it kept them alive throughout the game. And this game, it's not so different. I think he's playing very well. The thing, Xenox, I'm sorry, but he is not really stepping up. He had the better laner, and he didn't get a single advantage on the lane. And now a fight will be happening 4v5. I don't think you want to take it, VoidKids. Big rival manipulation tries to force everyone away, but Leandro finds Yankee, and Yankee is in a 1v1 scenario against Hayabusa. Luckily for him, he survives. Though Xenox was getting his pockets full of gold. And suddenly, even though Omni Knights got Lord, VoidKids are swinging back in.
I have to say, I feel bad for Leandro because he did everything that he could, landed in the 4 passive marks on top of Yankee, so that when he goes for Ugi's shadow kill, he doesn't go on the golem. He still ended up going on the golem, and Yankee flickered out of there. That is just godly timing by the Eve, man. This should have been his second death, but he said not today. Hardest Stark manifested in the cosmic form. But who's going to stop that law? That's going to be the big one. You've got the real world manipulation up. You've got the full wombo combo of the kill box available. But Yang picking up the blood wings, it's going to be even more difficult to catch him now.
And RM gets picked off just like that. I think he didn't even use the bravest fighter. He got cut off. Lord is gone through the aura trigger. And there's AOG separated in the fight. Wave of manipulation. Taunt. Nizu could be getting down. Immobilized. Yeah, but it's a roamer. Can you get more? Yugi Shidoka goes on 4, so doesn't really chunks anyone down enough. Wade gets picked off. And some kills swinging back in the favor of VoidKids. But how long can they defend? We saw the 31-minute game though. I have to say it was Origami defending for 31 minutes with 3 Halo crystals. So if Yankee was watching some games from Surge, he should have been watching that, because now he will need all the tricks that Origami had in his pockets.
And right now these items that he's picking up should eventually help him out too. You're gonna have to build up the Wishing Lantern quickly. He's already got that. Now we'll probably be focusing on either the Blood Wings or the Holy Crystal. One of them needs to go in. The decision is up to him if he wants more sustain or he wants more burst. On the other side, no BOD yet for Slarky Boys, going in for the Sea Halberd. While Leandro is going to go for the Blade of Despair after the Hunter and the War Axe. Seems fair, but oh my god, look at that
initiation. There is Bravest Fighter, Landshaker connects, but just from the front line. Remove manipulation, Isaac, mega kill for Slarky, double kill for Slarky, and he goes for more. With the rest and wait initiates, and VoidKids are suddenly on the run. And looks like the second Lord of the game will go in the hands of Omni Knights again.
Show me the stacks on Slarky Boy. I want to see how many stacks he is in on that Sky Piercer. I'm pretty sure that's around 40. 5-0 and 2. BOD picked up by Leandro. It's going to get even more difficult now for the side of VoidKids to make that comeback. Divine Glaive, Radiant Armor, everything is there for Omni Knights. As we have a look at the amount of damage being dealt in those team fights, everything blue except for the damage taken. That shows you how Slarky Boy is just winning out in terms of his entire lane.
Oh, absolutely, but now, shut down for RM as he picks up Slarky Boy, the brightest, the strongest, the bestest member of Omni Knights, because he said, no, I still want to play. But Zedel unluckily couldn't get out in fast enough fashion. Killing spree for Yang, and right now VoidKids are still on the verge of being eliminated from the biggest tournaments that we have right here in Europe, and they are saying no, we don't want that to happen, so they continue to fight. Bravest Fighter unfortunately misses, so Yang is still fine. Raging Slash as a disengage tool, he runs away, though they made enough space to maybe defend, because Traction Pull is gone, Wade's ultimate is gone, and Nizu doesn't have his either.
13 more seconds for Zedel to hop up. It's absolutely fine, right? The law takes 15 to hop from the half to your inhibitor. He'll be back out there, but I'm pretty sure they're going to lose the bottom inhibitor in that process. The question is, how many can they save? The top or the mid? It's going to be a big one out. The fight will go through. Another concealed play right now. Nizu.
Needs to go in, he picks up Isaac. Isaac is the tank though. Zettel goes for that backline initiation. Hayabusa, half HP gone. He's making space for them to take away the Lord. AOG separates the fight. They continue on. Tower is still alive, not anymore. Evil manipulation on 3 members. They run away. Zettel is the target to go down first. There is Leandro, continues with the onslaught, and they go for more. He goes for the backline. Xenox gets picked off. It's just a Ram, and Isaac Yankee get picked off as well. And Xenox finally at least able to pick one off, and it's Leandro. But can Isaac and Ram defend? And there is no Bravest Fighter available. There is no AOG. I think they should drop this one, but they should try to defend the base as 4 members of Omni go away, and Bravest Fighter goes in, tries to go for the minions, but there's minions on the bottom side as well. Raging Slash, it's gone. It's just Isaac. Can he put out the town? The AOG is not available yet. He tries to charge it. He tries to hit it. He doesn't. He gets fist cracked into the wall. Stand up against the pure concrete. And as the concrete is, this is a concrete result of this game, right? There's nothing to say about it other than Omni Knights are prevailing, and they will still be part of the regular season, and we have to say bye-bye to VoidKids. Unfortunately, the story of VoidKids will end here and today, because they had the shorter stick. And crazy story it is, because both of the teams, as I said before, are from Thunder Division. And one of them is already out, the first team to get eliminated from the regular season here on Surge, from the biggest tournament that we have in Europe, is the team from Thunder Division. The Thunder Division that started it all, and they are first to say bye-bye and leave.
One of the big points that you mentioned, right? Yes, it's one of those top tier tournaments out in Europe, and the fun fact is, you have teams that showed up from the open qualifiers who are now all the way up on top, right? If I'm not wrong, almost on the verge of qualification too. While there were teams who already were sitting in the Thunder Division who had their way into the regular season by being in the top 6 of that one. Even them not being able to make it all up. That just shows you the amount of competition there is in the region. And I think so it is tournaments like these, specifically this one, which you've quite rightly mentioned twice already, the biggest tournament Europe has ever seen till now, MLBB European Championship, shows you and it nurtures all of those young talented players out there. One of them being Yang on the Kimi, 3-0-10 with the MVP performance out, Blood Wings, Divine Glaive, Glowing Wand. These were the only items this man needed. And here's the thing, he just added the rapid boot into the mixture as well, just so he can roam around the map pretty quickly.
I don't want to steal the prize away, I mean the fame and the spotlight from Yang, but I have to say, Slarky Boy, he stepped up in the first game, he stepped up in the second game, he continued, he was so consistent. The same way I was talking about my lobby from the matchup before, I think, at least from this series, you can say the same against about Slarky Boy. He was so consistent, always outplaying his opponent. Xenox had no business in the game. And I don't think that is because he's a bad player. That is just because Slarky Boy was playing so good.
I 100% agree. Even in the game of Moscow versus Claude, Slarky Boy was winning out the losing matchup. And he replicated it in the second one itself. And I think so that's a statement right now. You can probably say he's one of those top tier Granger players that we have in the regular season out. So you'd have to be pretty careful around it. And that is why I was also saying in the draft that instead of banning out of Moscow, it should have been a Granger ban because you could see it coming through. Not even a Harith. There's a lot of crowd control on the other side. You'd not want a Harith to jump into the real world manipulation, but a Granger who can parry around really well, who can send out those long death sonatas from the long range, who's got the Rhapsody to work with as well, just so he can stay away from that kill box. Everything worked out brilliantly. And look at the build. The man went in for the Rose Gold Meteor, adding a little bit of an extra sustain in that, with a consistent DPS of this BOD, or rather the Malefic Roar, Hunter Strike and Sky Piercer. He's got 80,000 damage by himself.
Absolute crazy performance. Absolute crazy performance from Omni Knights. And unfortunately, as I said before, VoidKids, this is the end of the road for now. Even though it was lovely to see you here, we have to say bye to you. We have to say bye to Isaac. We have to say bye to Yankee. We have to say bye to Zedel himself, bye to Urem and Xenox. Unfortunately, this competition this time was too tight for them and they couldn't make it through. Omni Knights continue in the regular season and they will be clashing up against the rest of the teams for the option to qualify, for the honor to qualify in the playoff.
Still 2 more best of 3s to go for Omni Knights. And I believe if Nizu picks up the performances like that on the Badang's pocket pick 2, it will be possible. Leandro did pretty solid job as well in terms of securing those neutral objectives. Yang's main job was to survive, and he did that perfectly throughout the game. And you rightly mentioned it multiple times, Warren, that the only source of magic damage is going to be the Kimmy. So you want to make sure that the Kimmy survives whatsoever. And he eventually did. I was really liking that. And through all of that mixture out here, you have got the man who was the main spirit of the team, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome Leandro for the interview. Hello, Leandro. How are
Hi,
you feeling, my man?
I'm good because we won already. At least one series or one game.
How
We finally
pressuring
won.
it was? How pressuring it was for
Uh,
you, man? Because it's a best of 3. You can get eliminated on 1 loss. So what was
yeah.
going through the minds of players?
We're just thinking like every game is like a best of one. So do or die. If we lost, we get eliminated. So that's it. We think
Right,
of every
fair.
game like a best of one.
Absolutely nice out here. Warren, he's all yours.
I have to say, Leandro, great performance from you and the rest of the team. Of course,
Yeah.
I congratulate you on you keep staying true, keeping yourself in the regular season. But there was one moment where you were trying to go for Yankee and you had the 4 shadow marks and your Yugi shadow kill went
Yeah.
on the golem, I believe it was.
And yeah, because I think
What were your feelings in that moment? Like, did it tilt you? Did it like distract you, or like you were just laughing about it? Like, what was happening?
no, I just told them the Yankee flickered. That's it. So we can like end it on mid. I just told them Yankee flickered. We can kill him. That's it.
All right, so
I'm,
absolute
I'm not
focus,
tilted.
of course.
Yeah.
Seems like every higher booster player is like, you know what? I know my ultimate is gonna shift on some weird target. I don't even want
Yeah.
to talk about
Very
it.
expected. I'm playing Hayabusa.
And you sound like Zendaya out there in the Spider-Man, right? Expect disappointment, you'll never be disappointed. But coming
Yeah.
out here in this game, I believe the idea of the team was just ban out the hero pool of Zedel, and then everything is gonna work out. Was that the case?
No, we're just listening to our coach, and then he makes the drafts, and then that's it. We're just listening to our coach.
All right, perfect. So
That's it.
was it his call to ban out Show? What was the
Oh,
idea behind
no.
that?
Yeah, I think our coach like decided to ban the Cho because Isaac he's just playing it and then giving them vision. That's it.
Right, that's absolutely fair. Warren, any last few questions you've got for the man?
I mean, then if that's the case, you should definitely shout out your coach so everyone knows who
Yeah.
made those perfect drafts.
Yeah, shout out to Coach Pao. Coach Pao.
Shout out to Paul indeed. Great
Yeah.
drafts it was. Great draft it was. I will go back to the series that you just played. You were definitely going in the series as favorites. Though
Yeah.
there is one important thing to be said, and I said it on the cast before, but I will say it again. First 2 teams that were on the verge of elimination were the teams from Thunder Division. How do you feel about that? How do you feel yourself that you kind of were in this super good position, that you got invited into the Thunder Division, you were able to qualify through that? Do you feel like there was lack of competition or like lack of experience for you? So that's why some of the teams like Metashift, for example, are stepping up, being super strong. And the teams from Thunder Division are struggling. Do you feel like that was the reason, or you just feel like the competition is that strong?
I think the competition is like is good now because there's a lot of strong teams that join from the qualifiers, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. And we lost to like our first 2 games. We lost because we don't have like practice. We didn't play like scrims, RG. Like our team didn't practice at all. That's why we lost our first 2 games.
All right. Absolutely
Yeah.
fair. I mean, and that's a fair assessment as well. Lack of practice eventually resulting in this.
Yeah.
If you had to pick one team that you think is pretty strong, or you could say the strongest team in the entire event right now, apart from yours, who do
Yeah.
you think that will be?
I think Metashift is really good right now.
Power Rusek and Metronio narrative is staying up. Oh, all right, my man. All right,
And
Leandro.
and also Revenant Order because of Reborn TZ, the goat of Gold Lane. Yeah, he's
All
good.
right. That's a new one for me though. That's a new one. That's actually pretty nice, man. All right, Leandro, you're a very cheerful guy, my man, out here, and I'm pretty sure there's a message you would want to give to your fans, or maybe to your friends, or
Yeah.
maybe some of your opponents. Anything that you want to say, the stage is yours.
Yeah. Shout out to my team, Wade, Uzin, Seb, and Slarky, and also to our coach. And shout out to my girlfriend, Rika.
So sweet, so sweet. All right, you know what? Yeah. You can have a word with her as well as your teammates. Go enjoy your celebration, Leandro.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for
Thank
popping
you.
here,
Thank you.
and good
Thank
luck
you.
for your next games.
Thank you.
Such a fun guy, man. Such a fun guy. All right. I mean, Warren, we heard the man. Yes, he knows what the mistakes they were making as a team in the previous few games. They fixed them, corrected them, and to be honest, Omni Knights are looking pretty strong right now.
And it's funny that we are seeing the story of the coaches making the difference. I'm just so sad that VoidKids coach couldn't make big enough of a difference for them to stay in the clash, because unfortunately for them, they get out. So now Omni Knights keeping it together, staying in the competition, and yeah. I'm so excited to see the new Omni Knights, to see the repowered Omni Knights, you know, like kinda getting back into it. Right now we can just quickly go over how are the standings, right? We, of course, have Renta and AKKE on the verge of elimination. That will be the next BO3 that we will be watching soon. We have, of course, Honor against Eternal Oblivion that was already played today. Misa against Teeniyi Bambusel. That means Honor and Misa Esports will be going into the spot of 1-2. So they will be on the verge of eliminations themselves. They will be joined up by Minerva Fury, by Stolen Angels, and possibly by right now with Omni Knights, and possibly by one of those teams, either Renta or AKKE. Right now, before we hop into our little break so we can get everything ready, Scared, what do you think about this clash? Who do you think will take it? Because right now, Renta, inexperienced squad that are trying to make their name for themselves. Whereas AKKE, very experienced squad, but there is some cracks in their armor. They cannot finish off the games. People are saying they don't know what to do after 16-minute mark. What do you think will happen in this BO3?
You basically just described my own narrative on this entire series as well, right? Renta, a new team, some resurging boys will have to say, right? They're out trying here to make their name, while AKKE, who are well known in the entire community, who we know have been picked up by quite a lot of other teams as well, inspired as well, many teams. Even after all of that, they're not able to close out the games. That puts them in a pretty rough spot. But here's the thing. I don't think so every other team would be able to defend like Teeniyi Bambusel did. So I think so AKKE should be the favorites in this one, and if anything, they should be able to close this entire series 2-0 if everything goes good, or 2-1 if things are shaky there, Warren. I know you want to type your own predictions as well, you want to talk about that, but guess what? I will give you that time, not right now, but after this short break, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for a breather. We'll be right back. Well, the last best of three about to kick in soon, ladies and gentlemen. We are hopping back into the MLBB European Championship. After that, not so short break. You know, sometimes things happen. Warren takes a lot of time to set his hair up. It needs to be absolutely perfect. Warren, how are you feeling for the next one now, since you've got your hair back up right?
Yeah, sorry everyone. It was taking time, you know, like with the link I have, you know, like it's a problematic experience, but at least I can look pretty in the cameras, right?
I agree.
Yeah, I hope
That I absolutely agree.
I'm very excited about the last one. Unfortunately, I cannot remind everyone enough. Unfortunately, we had to say bye-bye and goodbye to VoidKids because VoidKids are gone. There is no saving grace for them. They are done. They are deep, 10 feet underground. Omni Knights were dancing on their graves. That's what happened. That's it. That's what happened. And unfortunately, Zedel and the rest are gone. But let's right now think about the teams that can still change the destiny, because Renta against AKKE, then they can still have something to say about who will be the second eliminated team from the most important tournament here in Europe. Will it be Renta or will it be AKKE? Two super important things for each team. One is Renta, right? New faces, new guys on the block. Vujek, Zane, Shmegi, Lashina, Mishu, Angel and Booby as a substitute, right? This is a squad that is kind of fresh faces. Maybe you saw them, but you definitely did not see them under Search Europe many times. They are kind of the fresh meat, right? But the thing is, if you are this fresh, you are definitely looking to prove yourself. So all of those guys, they are looking right in your eyes, look them in their eyes and find they want to attain the honor, and they want to attain the victory and glory that they can attain by defeating AKKE, because what a story this would be if AKKE would be eliminated by Renta. Renta coming as an invited team, right? Together with Honor, and if Renta would show up and step up to AKKE, what a story that would be.
That's going to be a big one, as we also had the eyes on the roster of AKKE by D. And here's the fun thing, right? Both of these teams played their previous matches. Renta had it a bit more tough. They had to face Minerva Fury first and then went up against Honor. That was a game I was expecting Renta to pull through, but they could not. And their average time is around 12.5 minutes. While if we're talking about AKKE, I mean, let's be honest, we've been witnessing this team entirely through the Thunder division. Their first game, again, not the best, which specifically we would expect for them. I mean, if I'm not wrong, it was against Glitch Code, which they could not really properly close. And then the second one, no one can forget that, against Teeniyi Bambusel. It was 5 lords that they were able to take, and even after that they could not close the game. So a bit of a problem coming in from their side. One good thing for Renta is that this team always likes to take those first bloods, Warren. That means they know how to go early aggressive in the game, but then they lose the flow. So that mid game is where they would have to focus on a little bit more right now.
So the stats are kind of talking against Renta, because the Lords and the Turtles, oh, they were not in their favor. They basically didn't get a much in this regard. I believe there was some zeros. I'm not sure if all of them were zeros, but I'm a little bit fearful for that, because the Lords are not going in their favor at all.
One of the big things out, right? Yeah, it's understandable. Renta haven't really had any control of the early to mid game or mid to late game transition now. That's also where AKKE kind of stands out, where you know this team likes to maintain control in the early game, likes to brawl out in the mid game as well to get that snowball in towards the late game. But then the main problem begins. They don't know how to close that game out. But if we're talking about trying to stay up close and personal in those grasses, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have Dangerous Grass as the map for this one as we move into the drafting phase of the last best of 3 for today. It is Renta on the blue side taking on AKKE, or on the red side.
Absolutely. And I like that Kyusen is already doing the same move as I am. I don't know how that happened, but it kind of did. So yeah, he's my favorite. Well, jokes aside, the thing is that definitely AKKE, and you will probably see this in the viewer statistics, right? How much the viewers believe which of the teams will win. Probably AKKE are the favorites, but I am
Probably.
basically notorious for cursing the favorite team because I said Misa Esports will win and they lost. Then I said Omni Knights will win and their first game was insanely shaky and VoidKids were putting up a crazy fight. And honestly, in some moments of the game, I wasn't even sure if VoidKids are not going to win it. So me right now saying that AKKE is favorite probably spells a little bit of doom in the team of AKKE. I think there will be some missed Grok ultimates. There will be some mishaps. Yeah, I think there will be a couple of things that will not go perfectly well. But maybe you will balance it out, Skirt.
Well, I have to see, man, at this point, because again, AKKE, as much as I would want to talk about how good this team is in that early to mid game, how well they maintain control, how good their coordination looks like whenever they want to go for those fights, it ends up being all for naught if you can't close the game out. So AKKE have to focus on that late. That's the only thing which I really hope they would have been working on for the previous few days. Looking at the bans, no changes. Absolute standard all around the board apart from that Arlet. Don't really want to give them an extra playmaker. But Renta, this is a team that I now want to see step up big time. We know all of these players. One of those invited teams out here, right? And I was really having a lot of high hopes. And if I'm not wrong, Renta has almost in every other qualifiers made it up to that very last game where if they win, they qualify. If they lose, they eliminate. We know what the result always is because they're always eliminated. And I think so this is a big opportunity for them to try and step up to show that it's not just that one unfortunate game. But guess what? They're at the exact same verge one more time, Warren. They win, they continue. They lose, they're eliminated.
I would maybe say this is even worse because usually when they were on the verge, they would win that one and they qualify, right? Whereas right now, it's not that they win this one and they qualify, they win this one and they survive. It's like you're in a, like you are in a prison and they either give you like rotten bread or they give you rotten yogurt. Like both of them are not good for your health and you need to eat. So, all I'm saying is that Renta has it kind of rough and they will have a strong opponents against them. Though there's one saving grace and there's one big, I wouldn't even say a chink, I would say there's a hole. There's big gaping hole in the armor of AKKE because the late game, it all falls apart. It looks like in the late game they completely forget what they are playing. Maybe they mistakenly turn it off and they start playing Monopoly or I don't know what's going on because the late game is just falling apart.
And that's probably one of the main focus points for AKKE for their development in later parts of this entire event, right? Because yes, they win, they have chances, 2 more probably. But if this one falls apart, they're going to lose all it down right now. So a lot of responsibilities on the hands of Nandayo, Toby. And since there was Isun Shin on the other side, Kimi banned out. He locks in the Farsa along with the Kalia. I love it. Very aggressive mid duo. Instantly wants to go for those pickoffs, early fights. Farsa gets first 2 picks, eventual snowball. But the Gato should be coming in for the side of Renta right now.
Gato should be, and I think he will be, probably. Maybe only reason why you would not go for Gato is if you have some other hero that's much more suitable for you specifically. But definitely Gato, he's up there. He's one of the best roamers that we are seeing. Of course, I love the analysis that Synth gave. I believe it was on the 3rd day of the cast that we had. Yeah, Gato is right there. And the thing is, Gato is not that good. It's just everyone else is being banned or is not suitable, so Gato is that good. It's kind of like that option B, but that super good option B, which Renta just went for themselves. And also they have Yuzong. So looking paper-wise, they have super strong heroes. The thing is, can they translate it into doing something? Right now, if we look at the composition that they have, late game should be theirs.
At this very particular moment, right, I want a good early game mage for the side of Renta. You already have an Eve being banned out, understandable. Farsa has been logged in already by AKKE, so there's not a lot of options that you can go forward with right now. And they've also banned out the Ruby, so it's a clear-cut indication. They realize that this could very well be the double fighter lane. So Ruby is not gone through. Lapu's been picked up. Yuzong's locked in on the other side. Could be an Alice ban, just to make sure that you don't have either Alice or Yuzhong in one of those places. But right, they're going to focus down on Lunox. What are the options available in the mid lane now? Something for the early games. Something that can give you a decent bit of crowd control and ability to run around with. The only thing I can think of is a Lilia or a Novaria potentially, right? I think so. This could be a Novaria.
Yeah, you speaking about Novaria like you don't know Lashina. The first day I met him, he told me one thing, and that was the most important thing I remember from that day. He said, I love Novaria, it is my best hero, I love her dearly, so if you see an angle for Novaria, believe me on my word that Lashina sees it as well, and I think he will probably be going for her if he feels that it fits their comp. Though, I have to say, I think there's a strong case to be made. For Xavier, honestly, I feel his buffs are insane and the range he brings into the table, like tell me how Lapu and Kalia are gonna ever reach him. I think it has to be Flicker into Bravest Fighter combination or Kalia into engaging upon him, because I feel there is no way you can reach.
Had this map not been a dangerous cross, I would have agreed to your narrative.
True.
This is a dangerous cross. You've got a lot of bushes to work around. That's the only way where we can see that happen. So yes, it's understandable. Toby would want to go for those kinds of plays. Now, since the Granger as well as the Hayabusa were banned out, not a lot of maneuverability around that. You're going to go for the Harith in the hands of Kyusin. Astra, only other thing I can see him picking up is either a Fredrin or it's a Basha. And in this case, I'm leaning in towards Basha a little bit more. But on the other side of the spectrum, should be a Novaria right now to help you out with the range. And along that, what can you add, man? That's the big thing. Alice Novaria is the only other option I can see. Feathered Airstrike, Thorn of Ruin, dash inside, stun them up and pick them off. Alright, interesting. It's actually an Esmeralda.
I mean, she plays well enough into Lapu. Lapu needs the Vorax. And honestly, even after Vorax, he just doesn't... He isn't really able to beat her just yet. He then needs Dominant Size. And after Dominant Size, then he's possibly able to. But you don't really look as Lapu to kill Esmeralda in lane. You are just looking to survive. Oh, wait, it's Selena into...
Slipped my mind.
Okay.
Slipped my mind. That's all I'll say. It's kind of slipped my mind. I was not expecting a Selena. But it's a bit tough if you think about it, right? Because, again, with the Selena, you want to go up close and personal. And that is where a Kalia could pick you up, slam you down with a Tsunami Slam. And things could eventually get a bit more difficult. But ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the land of Dawn before that, you know that there are not a lot of difficult things for you out here. You've got some Saber skins giveaways on our Instagram as well. We're going to have 10 winners for that. And if you think that you've been playing this game for too long, if you think you're losing some muscles and maybe getting some body fat, you would want to try and burn all of that up because you can rank up in real life. If you don't have money for skins, don't worry, you can join the Fit Club and win in-game prizes. ZL Challenge is now live. And fun fact, Warren, you know what? I'm not more of a fitness freak out here. I'm more of a creative guy. And for all the people who are out there who are creative, make sure that you send out your best plays, fails, funny moments, clip all of them, send it on our Discord because the contest is live. So a lot of giveaways available for you. All of that on our channel. So make sure you stay tuned out there as we move into the land of Dawn. The first game of the last best of 3, Renta taking on AKKE by D.
And super important thing to say once more, this is an elimination match. Someone will cry. Five players out of those 10 that we are seeing right now will be crying after this series. It will either be Renta or it will either be AKKE. But one thing is for certain, they will cry. And I might cry as well, because honestly, I wish it to both of them.
You're a sadist, my man. But hold on a second out here in mid lane though, Toby. He's up a lot of damage out and you don't want to fight against a Selena. Pretty standard emblems coming in from all the other people out there. Lezina actually going in for a bit more on the tankiness with that emblem, apart from Tenacity and Concussive Blast, adding a little more defense. Normally we see players going in for the HP, Vitality, just like how Toby is going for it. But it's absolutely fine.
But wait, Leshina is playing Rome? What?
Hey, talk us
That's a
through it,
big...
man.
Yeah. That's a big surprise for me, because I was for sure expecting him on the mid lane that we saw him typically on, but it's Shmeggy. They swapped the roles. So, honestly, like, you know what? Like, we are on the verge of elimination. Let's try whatever can work. Maybe, probably that's what they were thinking about. They were like, all right, Shmeggy is super good on Selena. Let's put him mid. So, Leshina will take the Gato himself.
And with the amount of stuns that Shmeggy is putting in, though, that's actually getting a bit more annoying for AKKE to deal with. And out here right now, there's the Black Dragon form coming in, trying to zone them out, though still the stun coming in. Toby is going to be running back to safety as they've already lost the turtle and also the life of him. It's also the feathered airstrike coming into the play, but there's no one who could eventually catch it. The stun connects one more time, and there's no way for the bird to survive as Nandayo falls. And another big fight won by Renta.
What am I seeing? You said another big fight won by Renta. This is the first time we see them win a big fight. How did they prepare into this game? They are a completely different team. Did the swap was the swap just enough? Because Renta with 1,300 gold lead with a team that outscales their opponents? What is going on?
It's a big one out here. And you've rightly mentioned that this lineup actually scales really well into the late game. You've got the Esmeralda in the hands of Wujek, who you know will survive, sustain everything. And if this kind of stun hits time and time again, I'm pretty sure Nandayo's life is not going to be easy out here.
Jesus Christ! The predictions are not in their favor, but same can be said for Nandayo as he gets killed.
22%, it's not looking like the win chances of Renta, but rather the survival chance of AKKE as they lose Lessina. On the other side is Renta finally overextends though. One thing going good for AKKE, and that's they're at least getting some consolations, but not a good start for Nandayo at all.
Also, we should definitely remind everyone that might not be part of Polish community that this is super big Polish fight actually. Like, it's super huge. This is full Polish squad against a full Polish squad. This is ultra personal. Like, this basically means that whoever wins this duel has bragging rights like forever, like next year minimum.
The strongest in the Polish, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Alright, that's kind of a nice statement, right? It's more like the king of the North Blue.
Yeah, exactly.
Rather than being the king of the pirates out here though, but maybe they've got something else to say. Another stun now. Shmeggy forcing Nandayo off early, saving a lot of HP for Wujek because now the turtle is up and AKKE don't have the ultimates to commit onto this.
I mean, AKKE look completely teethless. They look like they went to the dentist and the dentist took away their teeth because they are just giving and giving everything and just leaving the fights. And they don't get anything back.
Oh, big one out here. As soon as you mentioned it, pick up Wujek out in the open. Tower goal is going to be safe though. Another long stun connected by Shmeggy. No one else to follow up though out here. Cyrus, you are in the enemy territory, my man, but it's absolutely fine. Maybe not for long though. Another stun landing onto him as he's getting chunked down. The Petrify combo, absolutely perfect. Shmeggy takes one down with this, but an airstrike. Picture perfect by AKKE as they finally utilize the strength of their comp, chasing them down to tier 1. Falling Star Moon just to clear the wave, but you can't get anything apart from that as the tier 1 on top will be lost.
Someone needs to get dominance ice. Like, if Leshina is not rushing dominance ice, things can get super bad super fast. Toby, Cyrus, Astra, all of them are healing. You have to respect that. You cannot go anything else. Honestly, I would even go as far that going Dreadnought armor wasn't the best idea because I think the anti-heal is super clutch.
I think so. One of them should have prioritized the Domi first, and the second one could have prioritized the anti-Curious. Specifically the one who has to basically go up front in those fights. But hold on a second. Another one about to break through. Lezina taking a lot of damage out. A lot of poke, if anything.
Leshina almost getting caught, but maybe it's just an idea to make something happen. Though Astra with Elite, I mean...
Perfect Tsunami Slam though, and this is the Wombo combo I always talk about. You pick them up with the Tsunami Slam, land them in the Feathered Airstrike. It's one member out instantly, and it's the Black Dragon not joining in the fight at least for the next 5 seconds.
And do you know what's the scariest part? Renta has 2 turtles, but AKKE is ahead with 500 gold. How did this happen? And probably the answer would be Kyusen. He got the tower. I was mocking him that he isn't really getting anything. But then they made a play happen with Astra and they picked up the tower. I believe Renta didn't get a... Maybe on the bottom side. I'm not quite sure how that happened or when it happened. But the gold plate is very possibly stolen. Oh, Toby going for Lashina. Black Dragon form in mid lane.
Yeah, AOG as well, combining them perfectly just to make sure that Tier 3 survives. As in the backline, you've got the Alpha charge, but it's not charging on them. They're running right back into it. Kyusen with the Salmon Force, stun in the Landshaker as they get all of them out. It's only Lesina and Shmegi running around with nothing but some long-range poke.
But there is one super big problem, and that is if you don't translate Selena into being super fat, or I mean, not even super fat, but at least like 1,000, 2,000, something like that ahead, she is slowly becoming weaker and weaker, and eventually she will become completely useless. And other than randomly picking someone off when he is in the bush, which of course there is dangerous grass, so they can utilize that. But if the members of AKKE are just walking with their hands together, like in elementary school, right? When you hold your hands to be safe, well, then there is no business for Shmegi. He cannot ever wish to burst someone down because immediately he would get picked off by Kalia, jumped by Cyrus, jumped by Astra. There's no business for him in that regard if he cannot translate it. And as we see, he cannot translate it because right now AKKE with a 1,600 gold lead, and it's crazy because Renta, they went for the turtles, they got the turtles, but they couldn't translate it. The lead was just for a little bit, and now it's gone. And if we look at the items, I believe not even Vujek is going. Yeah, he went for the Oracle, which of course is useful for his hero per se, right? But there is still no Dominance Ice. There is no anti-heal against Alpha, who has his Vorax and Queen's Wings. How do you wish to burst him down? Even without Vorax, he would still be healing so much. But now with the Vorax, how do you wish to take him down? I'm asking you, how do you want to take him down?
That's one of the big questions as to how AKKE eventually won the previous fight and how they're still winning it out in the Revitalize as Vujek falls. Another one by AKKE, and this should be pretty much a free lot out here. Zayn wanted to go in, though eventually he's going to be zoned out, but there we go, the AOG connected, doesn't matter, Astra, but the Retribution was there as the Black Dragon will move all the way back, but guess what, there's no retreat left for you, there's no option to survive, as it's only Selena dropping the Salmon Force by Kyusen as he forces the flicker of Shmegi. It's another big win by AKKE, and no Dominance Ice is just resulting in free lifesteal for them.
And do you know what's the funny part? Cyrus, his second item is Dominance Ice. His second item. And they are winning. So you could even make an argument that they don't even need it that much. But he still went for it as a second item. And especially with new buffs that happen to Dominance Ice, maybe someone can say nerfs, but in my eyes it has been buffs for sure. Because right now it gives magical defense as well. So of course you want to build it.
Oh, lovely pick-off coming in. Zayn could not sustain through any of that. It was a tsunami slam on his face, and now they've got no one to clear out this Lord. I might be overstepping my bounds out here, but this could very well be a couple of inhibitors take from the side of AKKE if they play it perfectly. The bottom's definitely falling. No chance for it to survive out here, though, as the fight breaks out. Another Alpha charge into the backline as it forces down Black Dragon all the way back into the base as he goes into that ultimate form. A stun lands in, a good one, but Astra, hold on a second. Crystal's wide open, no one's cleaning out the minions though, as it's Kyusen targeting the base, and they will end the game. AKKE, what a start, and the thing which we were mentioning, that they can't seem to end the game. Seems like they've learned big from their mistakes.
I mean, they definitely did, but the funny part is that they lost early game, then they come back in the mid game, and then they won in late game. So completely different AKKE. It looks like they woke up with a different feet, with a different leg, as you say, right? Because this is a different AKKE. I don't know what's going on. Them losing early game, that's so not typical for them. But luckily for them, it also comes with the price of winning the late game. What a game from AKKE, and what a statement, right? Because I believe this game was definitely on the quicker side.
A very quick game because they started, lost a couple of turtles, but eventually were able to bring themselves back thanks to the wrong itemization coming in by Renta. And then they ended it perfectly. Kyusin winning out his lane on the Harith. That too when he was in a losing matchup against an Esmeralda. Winning out that part was the big thing. Richest Kyusin, the carry being Nandayo. That's exactly how it's supposed to be. Even though he was picked off a couple of times in the early game. But it's fine. Still was able to pull himself back. With also the wingman. Lesina, the wall on that Garo. Understandable, some nice ultimates too. A couple of them connected well, a few of them for the zone outs, but let's just say that they were not able to make that proper combo in with the Selena.
I have to say one thing, and that is that usually when there comes a swap of a player, usually the problems don't show themselves in the early game. Because usually in the early game it's all about champion mastery, and if for example you are playing something like Gato that you might be comfortable with because you may be roams from time to time in your ranked games, or let's break the ice, Gato, he is not the hardest hero. Yeah, let's be honest. I'm sorry to all Gato mains, but I'm sorry. Your hero is definitely not as complicated as someone like Fanny. So I'm sorry to all Gato mains watching, but I have to say it. So of course, in the early game, it looked nice for Renta, but honestly, I feel like the cracks of the swap started showing themselves in the mid to late game, because it felt like Shmegi and Leshina weren't in the right positions at the right times, because Leshina, he needed to be a little bit more in front and maybe trying to fish for the plays, where Shmegi, he knew how to play zero, but he didn't know what his role in the team was, I felt like, because he was never there with Leshina making those plays together. I felt like there was big discourse happening for the side of Renta, especially in the mid with wrong duo combination in mid to late game.
And I'll tell you where the problems eventually started to brew up right now. I'm going to take everyone back in for a ride while we also have a look at the rest of the stats in front of us. Right as the game began, specifically around that first turtle, you saw Zane joining in the fight with the Mountain Shocker. That stun and a bit of AoE created some gaps in the formation of AKKE, which led them to move towards that backline, shut down Nandayo, force out Astra in an awkward position that's away from Cyrus and Toby, and they were able to take that turtle as well, eventually win a couple of fights after that. After that entire scenario, AKKE just realized that they can't really take those turtle fights instantly. So they decided to play for the entire opposite lane. They went towards the top after seeing that Wake will rotate. You could also see Astra sitting in that death bush. And during that entire scenario, Zane was all the way down in the bottom lane. And that's where he got the tier 1 warrant, which you were asking as to how Renta got the tier 1 in the bottom side. When Wuyek was picked off in the top lane and that fight continued with a couple of more picks and a tier 1 by AKKE, Renta, or specifically Zane, was pushing down bot. And in the subsequent fight after that, Zane was still not present in that fight as he was pushing the opposite lane. So it was all the way AKKE's big macro of playing in the opposite lanes which got them the snowball control. And that eventually translated into the lack of anti-heal from the other side. So them just brawling it out and winning all of those fights.
But actually, big credit to AKKE, because realizing that, alright, we cannot fight. Well, right now from the bird's view, it looks like, oh, it's so obvious. Of course, if we are losing, we should stop fighting. But if you take into consideration all the things going through your head in the game and all the context and all the ideas that are flowing through and all the approaches you could take, AKKE, going with the right approach, decided, alright, let's not fight, let's play the opposite side, let's get stronger, and then decide exact moment when they are just strong enough to start turning it around, because after that initial scuffle that happened, you know, kind of falling from the bike, then they got back up, and after they got back up, they never let go.
And that was one of the big things out here. AKKE finally registering their first win in the regular season. Not in the series yet though, but at least in that game. And we had dangerous grass in the previous one. This time it's going to be flying clouds. But I don't think so it's going to dictate a lot of changes in the draft. I think so it's still all the players utilizing their own picks, which they like to. I want to see which side of the map AKKE will be on. Probably it's going to be the blue side, since we could eventually see them swapping up since they won the previous one. But all in all, Renta, again, Warren, it's a do or die. You lose this one game, everything is over for you in the entire regular season. Just joining all of us in the journey for 3 entire series, the 2 best of 1s and then a best of 3. So the pressure is going to be on next level.
Oh, absolutely. And if the pressure wasn't super huge before, it has to be super high now, because AKKE, they are this close to not qualifying, but this close to surviving. And that's important, because this is the first step to qualify. You first need to survive, because right now the sharks are swimming around your boat, and of course the shark or maybe dragons of Renta are trying to circle you out and, you know, get you in the water, so they can chomp on you. But right now it looks like you have enough weapons to protect yourself with, because probably you put some gasoline, some fire on, you put the water on fire, and the sharks cannot really get to you right now.
What kind of tralalero tralala sharks are those, man? Which are actually in the same vicinity as dragons. But you know what? Alright, I'm gonna let you build your own fairy tale world here. I've already seen a lot of animes with dragons and sharks in it. Might as well just entertain one more, but we are not going to entertain any kind of Selena out here this time around, which was picked up in the previous one. AKKE have decided to ban it out. Now that I don't want to face that anymore. I like the drafting that's coming in from AKKE. Since the sides have swapped, they're on the blue, they can dictate it the way how they want to. While Renta are eventually led to answer what's left. So they've banned out the Jushin, banned out the CC.
You know what? It's still a switch up though, because what we saw from VoidKids before in their respective series, we saw them being still on the red side. They went on the red side first, and then they went on the red side again when they had to choose their side after losing the first game. Renta are switching things up. They started on the blue side, and now they are like, all right, let's switch things up. Let's try to have a different approach, and that's something I like. I honestly think that's the best case scenario you could possibly have, because if you just try to bang your wall again, sorry, not your wall, but your head against the wall, it probably won't be going well.
I think so. I kind of agree with that narrative. Interesting to see though, AKKE have actually banned out the Kalia for themselves. They were the ones who like to play Kalia, if anything. But maybe don't really want to let that flow in the hands of Renta, because Kimi is open. And we know Nandayo likes to pick Kimi. And it's a Basha ban though. I don't really see the angle. Renta just going in for the standard bans. It should be a Kimi pick for Nandayo. Instant.
No.
Hold on a second.
It's Lancelot.
Alright.
19 bans, 7 picks, and I lost the count. But I think there's a high chance, that's probably like 90% high, that he was probably banned or picked in all of the games.
Yeah, I agree. Most of the games is either banned out or picked up. If anything, is probably left out in one game. But now since there are slants on the other side, you might as well want to go in for the Gato and the Kimi pick for the next 2 for Renta. Deny that Kimi to Nandayo. He's probably going to be forced on the Farsa a little bit later, but since you've got the Gato with yourself, that should work out for you.
Well, but I have to say one thing, and that is, I'm sorry Shmegi, I'm sorry Leshina, but the swap, I don't buy it. I don't think it's the way to go. I think there was a decent idea with the Selena, but then the cracks were shown, where you couldn't really coordinate in mid to late game phases. And it kind of fell apart. So I don't think the way to go is for Shmegi to be mid. I think they should swap back. I think Shmegi should go on the roam, Leshina should go mid. That's the way to play.
Kimi, I actually like that idea. You're going to make sure you've got a lot more room to work with, a good mid duo that is going to play pretty aggressive. Cyrus picks up the Yu Jong. It should very well be the Farsa, maybe not. If Farsa, both of them were open. Nanda, can he pick up a Lunox? Yeah, I mean, it's a Lunox pick, alright. Understandable.
It's his classic. It's like, you say Nandayo, I think Lunox. It's literally like, you say Bobber, I think Yuzong. You say Laito, I think Lapu. Like, it's just connected to that player.
Right? Fair. That's a nice narrative. You say Zedel, what do you say? Yisun Shin or a Lancelot?
Yeah, one of those. I think I see Link myself because I know that he's a super huge Link enjoyer, right?
All right.
So that's what I see. But yeah, if we continue with that, you say Toby, I see Grog. But unfortunately for him, Grog won't be available. Vujek stealing away the Ruby, or maybe not really stealing. Don't know if AKKE wanted to go for that. Though there's one super important thing, and that is, if you see Uzong and if you see Lancelot, you definitely want to beef your composition up the same way as you could beef yourself up if you joined the Search Fit Club.
That's a nice way to promote, man. That's a smooth one, Warren. I like that. But yeah, all the way back in this draft out here, I'm pretty sure a lot of people would want to check out. It's the contest is right now live, people, so you don't want to miss out. That's a ZL competition. But out here now, Ruby picked up next banning phase. You've already had the Lunux in the hands of Nandayo, so I don't think so if they would want to go for a classic gold laner. Harith is open, Granger open. Probably want to ban one of those out there. It's the Moscow. I don't understand the idea. I don't think the Moscow is either way is a good fit against the composition that Renta is picked up. But maybe they've got a comfort read of Qsin.
I have an idea, actually. I think the reason why they are scared of Moscow is, first, he can randomly jump into your backline because he can connect from side lane. And that can be just unlucky. He connects on your backline and he usually wins those 1v1s. That might be one fear for them. Second fear for them, I believe, is just you see Moscow, you feel like, oh, he shreds tanks. He shreds those beefy frontliners in the later stages of the game. So we want to get rid of that. Because right now, if you look at the composition of AKKE, without Moscow, they don't really have that much anti-bruiser damage, and this Ruby, she is for sure going gold lane, and if she is, well, then you have XP laner that can be tanky, and even you could go jungle that is tanky, and suddenly your comp is basically indestructible. Like from the heroes that AKKE has, they have no damage against you.
What are the chances this could be a Bane gold lane? I'm actually looking at the way to disengage through those fights. Ruby is one disengage tool, but you need one more potentially with the amount of dive there is from the side of AKKE. So I was just thinking, and this could very well be another Bane gold lane, which we might see after a while. It's a joy though in the jungle out here. Understandable, most of the junglers were banned out though, but I still feel a Fredrin would have been a better option. Since there's a lot of dive on the other side, you go for a Fredrin, you can easily poke them all out, stand in front of Shmegi in the room, or rather Shmegi in the mid, if he's going mid.
Also, the thing is that, of course, Joy needs to be locked in, right? You need to stun her up so she cannot move.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you look at the composition of AKKE, they have so much damage that they can just destroy Joy before she's even able to do anything at all. Because if you look at their heroes, of course, they kind of have skill shots, but they are not hard to miss skill shots. I mean, they are hard to miss skill shots. That's what I meant, right? Like, probably you won't be able to dodge Cyrus's combo. Like, he still can catch you, he will eventually hit you. And he has the Petrify. Like, you just jump in and immediately get Petrified, and it's so easy for him. You just need to be in the vicinity of him, and he gets you. That's so free.
It's such a very well orchestrated composition by AKKE. Yes, I understand the Granger was open, but while looking at the draft, right, I had a brief thought for a second. What if it's a Claude in the gold lane for Qsin? Because look at the dive. Astra is going to dive, Nandayo, Cyrus, all of them are going to dive on the backline. You don't have anyone to protect you from the other side. So might as well go all in onto that dive composition and go for a Claude. And guess what? They've gone for it. Toby has picked up the Badang as well, if anything, to set things up for his team. Now, you don't have anything else available, so you lock in the Granger. It's a front to back with a Granger and Kimmy. It's going to be tough, my man. It's going to be tough for the Ruby and Grog to stop all of them. But if they manage to, you could potentially see a way to win. But I think this is an AKKE game.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wanted to be the guy to protect Renta and be like, oh no, they got it. They can actually, play it like this and they have this angle. I'm sorry. They stole all my trust. I mean, they lost all my trust. After locking in Joy, it was like cracked the trust. And after locking in Granger, they destroyed it completely. Like, I don't know what they are thinking, honestly. Like, the composition is very weird. I don't think this is the way. And I will literally eat my mouse that I have with my PC if they win with this comp.
Thank God you
This
mentioned
is how confident I am that their comp just doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, but Granger against the comp that you are put up against, Yuzong will just get on top of you. You have no way of surviving that. And the rest, that's not even taking into consideration the rest. I'm sorry, the Renta's composition is too squishy for what AKKE has ready.
I agree, and that's why Renta would need to pull a rabbit out of their hats, ladies and gentlemen, if they want to survive in this magical regular season. If that happens or not, we'll see that in the next potentially series-ending game. AKKE by D on the blue side taking on Renta on the red side as we have a look at the emblems and everything that they're all running with. Alright. Master Assassin out there for Q-Sin. He wants to dish out some extra bit of damage to the other side.
Also, there's a super important little victory for Renta. Right now they are fighting in the mid lane, so we will talk about that. Now they are getting pushed to his limits. No, not really limits, but getting chunked up. VoidKids actually stole away the gold crab on the top side. So Q-Sin is actually the one with less XP.
Yeah, it's to be honest fine though, because Granger is supposed to bin out all of those crabs. And considering Claude does not really have a instant damaging skill like the Rhapsody on the other side, so he'd not really be able to win out. The only thing he can do really well is kite around the Granger and constantly poke and harass him by using the Art of Fury. That's where he wins, and then it's the level 4 buff, man. I always mention it. You go with the Corrosion Scythe, you pick up the first one, you instantly can actually take down those gold laners as well as the mid laners who are pretty squishy if they're alone. Now the turtle pops in though, and the advantage looks in the hands of AKKE. Look at their positionings.
Definitely, Renta will need to retake. They need to face check. Lashina is trying to go in, but the same can be said for opposing Black Dragon form. He initiates. Astra is able to finish off the turtle, and now it's chase on. Sirius with the first blood picked up on Zane, and suddenly Renta falls apart. Mishu is next on the chopping blood, and VoidKids is trying to survive. Barely alive, but no, Toby has to say something about that. Flicker initiation, finisher. Goes for him. No chance for VoidKids to even click his flicker. And Toby is waiting hungrily behind the wall. It's like a dog behind, behind the,
behind the gates, right? Behind those bars of the gate.
Exactly,
those are gonna they're gonna eat you up, right? That's exactly what Toby is doing at this point. And to be honest, I did not anticipate him actually going for VoidKids all the way from behind the tier 1. Interesting approach coming in from Toby, but guess what? He's been known for the grok. I've also known him for that badang. Absolutely perfect. And on the other side of the spectrum, 1,400 gold lead by AKKE. They've got a Lunox and a Claude. You do not want to face them in the late game.
Oh, there's action. Toby maybe overestimated himself. He might be overzealous, and the kill goes to Shmegi. So if Renta want to come back, this is a nice start.
Out here, considering they haven't lost anything out in this fight, and if anything, they've already picked one. So yes,
there's
an opportunity.
An action happening. Cyrus.
Yeah, it should be fine. He's got the Black Dragon form. It's absolutely
Is he fine?
Oh.
No! He uses Black Dragon form, but I think Zane will be able to chase him off. He's in the bush trying to survive. No! Zane picks him off, and suddenly it looks like Renta have the thief, and the sharks are circling the raft.
Oh, hold on, Nandayo! Nothing for this man to survive.
Smallest angle from the traction pole. I thought he was fine, that's why I didn't say anything, but he got pulled in and he died. Renta equalized in gold.
But one of the good things that happened for AKKE was the fact that they pushed off VoidKids on the top side, but hold on.
No, Astra got it, and now Kyusen is going for Zane. Zane may be a little bit too deep. No, he survives. Now Mishu is all alone. Ruby is trying to dance around. No, he dies. And now Lashina is trying to keep his team safe. And looks like he will be able to do just that. Interesting wall. I don't... Wait, maybe... Okay, maybe. They are going for a cut. I'm not quite sure if I like the wall. I think if he like walled off the tower, it might have been better. But who am I to say this? I'm not the grog connoisseur right now. Oh, that's an overstatement. That's an overzealous play from Shmeggy. He went too deep and he gets burned by the Char residue from Cyrus, of course. Nandel picks up Zane and suddenly it falls apart for Renta again. But you know what's breaking my heart? There are glimpses of great performance. But unfortunately, then it always falls apart for Renta. Or at least so far it did.
Yeah, I have to say those glimpses are always on the back of AKKE's overextension. It's not Renta being able to make the play or control the pace. It's AKKE throwing it in the hands of Renta. Hold on.
Yusen going for the 1v1. I think he will be able to connect on that. It's super easy. Ooh, Toby getting caught off. Maybe cornered. 3v2. Nice wall, actually. No, not really. I think it goes in the favor of AKKE because Zane gets picked off. Killing spree for Cyrus as he circles around like a shark. He tries to pick off Michio. Double kill for Cyrus as he almost triple kills. But Nandel is there to steal the fame because he had to make it about himself. He couldn't have let Cyrus have it.
I'm not trapped here with you. You are trapped here with me. That is what Cyrus and Toby said to Renta. And to be honest, yes, even I thought initially that was a nice wall. Now you can pick off Toby and Cyrus, both of them. But little did they know, they were just too far behind out there in the farm. Wanna have a look at the items out here. Just before we move on to this next turtle fight though. A couple of big items for Q's and Demon Hunter Sword, Corrosion Strike out here.
Lashina getting caught. He tries to survive. Tectonic Charge. No. Char residue. It burns his feet to the ground. He gets picked off. Lashina with a second death for himself. Not really... Oh, we can go over this once more.
Wow. That's a massive play. Just a small iframe coming in by Cyrus. Steps aside. Lands in the Dragon Tail. And then jumps back in with a Furious Dive. Cuts their angle off to jump towards the tier 1, forces them towards the tier 2, and that's where you have Nandayo popping in from behind them. Such a beautiful pincer movement coming in by AKKE. And I'm pretty sure that's entirely made up on the fly. You don't prepare it anything like this in advance. It's always on the fly.
Oh, Toby with a big wall, because Toby knows that he has a wall builder in front of himself as well, but well, he is really experienced himself, so of course he can build those as well. So right now he is definitely winning on the wall building side, right? Because Lashina, he had a nice wall as we saw in the last replay, but unfortunately it didn't result in anything good for Renta. But I wouldn't dare to say it was Lashina's fault. It was mostly like your team is losing, so it's kind of hard. Because even if you make good play, because right now the margin for error for AKKE is like super huge. Like they can just like dance around, do so many mistakes, and probably they will still be winning because it's 7,500 lead for them. Sorry, 8,000 gold lead. Whereas Renta, they need to play pixel perfect to come back.
I was actually looking at those damage numbers though, and it's interesting to see that both the junglers are on the bottom of the list, while you've got roamers up on top. Hold on.
Petrify coming on. Michio getting burned by Char residue. He survives though, luckily. But Cyrus, he is level 12. He is, I believe, the only level 12 on the... No, actually second level 12. Astra is level 12 as well. He's so far ahead. This doesn't look like a game. This looks like a show off from AKKE. Like the first game, it looked kind of playable, but this game, what is going on?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's AKKE and that 8,000 gold lead. They don't go hand in hand really well. I'm just saying from the experience. Apart from that, though, looking at the items, Trinity almost completed. Once Qs and us that. I think so. A lot of hope is going to be lost because there's no Justice Pauldron coming in. It's still the Dominance Ice build. And fun fact, they don't really have any Dominance Ice yet, apart from just one glowing wand, which Shmegi completed a while ago. Again, Cyrus healing himself up easily. That has been one of the big problems, and I believe that was the big reason why AKKE was even able to win the fight all the way down in that bottom lane, that 2v3. Otherwise, that should not have been the case. But just the lack of any kind of anti-heal is probably what's making the difference. That's a sweet moment between the two roamers. As the Lord's been secured by AKKE.
Yeah, Lashina is just making... Oh, Kyusen actually jumping around. So he's fine. He's right up in there. Well, it's super tough spot for Renta. I'm not saying... Oh, big fraction pull. Actually, initiation goes in. And now Toby almost dying. He tried to translate into an initiation, but he got so CC'd up that he needed to jump away.
The question was, how did he even survive through the entire burst of 5 people? That is interesting to see. I'm pretty sure they kind of messed up a little bit of skill or two here and there though, but this could give them an opportunity to defend the slot. Since no flicker for Toby, you could see him coming in unless it's a conceal.
I mean, yes, it probably can result in them defending, but the thing is, AKKE is so far ahead, and they might probably just take it by force. There is Cyrus in the backline, goes for Petrify play, and instantly popped one of them off. Shmegi gets put down, Zane is next, and now they try to clean up Mishu. Killing spree for Nando. Oh, big Grog play, tectonic charge. I think it hit a lot, but it didn't hit enough hard, because AKKE are taking this one truly by storm. And honestly, after the first game, there could have been some question marks for who will win the series, but this second game was a statement. It was a full statement of multiple sentences that was just all about AKKE being the stronger Polish squad on this day today. Unfortunately for Renta, as they will be the second eliminated team that we have to say goodbye to on this day.
One of the big things which we always talked about, right? Renta being one of those teams that is always almost on the verge of qualification, and then they eventually lose up their momentum. That's exactly what happened. But a man who stayed true to his words, at least for today, was definitely Toby. 2-1 and 11, playing on that Badang one more time. We've always seen him pull this one out. One of his good pocket picks that you can never underestimate. Thunderbolt, I'm pretty sure he had over 35 stacks onto that. He builds him up very quickly.
I think he had quite a lot. Also, the achievements that we are seeing, I said it already, I believe, once today. But it's always nice to see when one of the teams are able to win, right? And you see that the achievements are kind of dispersed through all of the members of the winning team. As I said before, usually the wall goes to the losing team tank, right? Because you can, of course, tank so much more damage if you're on the receiving end. But Riches goes to Astra. Of course, he was farming very hardly, even though, as you rightfully mentioned, he was a little bit lacking in the damage department. Though carry goes to Cyrus. Great performance from his Yuzong and Wingman Toby. Who else than he himself, right? 11 assists. What a crazy game. What would you credit this for, right? Because we have kinda strange series. Because usually what happens with teams is first game is kinda hard. Typical series would be Jackpots against Memento Mori, right? Jackpots win the first game, then Memento Mori come back, and then they win the third one. But doesn't matter who wins the third. The point is that typically the team that wins the first one is kinda then, you know, caught off guard by the team coming back into the series. But that's not what we saw now. We saw the first game being kinda even, being kinda playable for Renta. But the second, it looked like they already lost in their heads, which I don't know why that was the idea. I don't know why that was the feeling I got from them, but they felt like they were already out.
One of the big things that I noticed out there was the fact that Nandayo picked up a genius wand in those items. And that is what really threw Renta off guard in the entire game. Normally, you would not want to build Genius Wand as the second item. If anything, you want it as the first because of the small amount of magic defense shred that it gives you. But considering Renta were so far behind in terms of gold and they did not have any proper magic defense, that Genius Wand eventually acted really well instead of a Divine Glaive. So kudos to Nandayo for understanding that. Cyrus also going in for the utility build was able to deal the highest amount of damage in the game. 39,469. Nice. While on the other side, it's 90,000 damage being tanked by Lezina, which you rightly mentioned as well. To be honest, Toby was not that far behind. 75,000 for him too.
That's true. Toby was tanking up very heavily as well. Though, before we say goodbye to the squad of Renta and Shmegi, Leshina, Vuek, Zane, and Mishio, I would love to say and give out some credit, because I was saying that Shmegi should go back to the Rome and they should kind of swap back with Leshina. But honestly, in this second game, even though it must sound strange to everyone watching, probably, or to most people watching, even though the game was very dominated by AKKE, I felt like Shmegi was really putting in the work. I felt like he was doing the most out of Renta's composition. I think he was not really trying the most. I wouldn't dare to say that. I think everyone tried, even though I felt like they already felt defeated in their heads. But I have to say, Shmegi really won my heart through this performance, because he was really fighting tooth and nail every situation that there was.
It was just a big difference in the draft, man. A full-fledged dive composition with all 5 diving players by AKKE, and then just one disengage tool for the side of Renta, and that too in the hands of Missu, that was Ruby. So you could clearly see that none of that was eventually going in for their side. And having a look at the stats as well, right? We were talking about the proper farming speed too. Zane cannot really win those neutral objective fights when AKKE is running with a Lancelot, a Lunux, Cyrus with a Black Dragon form to zone all of you out, and then Toby just being a hindrance with the Badang. So Zane not getting that farm up in the neutral objectives eventually translated into AKKE invading the buffs, and that's why we see a big disparity. 7 oranges being taken, 9 purples for 4 of Renta and 2 of their own purple too. That clearly shows you AKKE was easily able to dive in. They were doing whatever they wanted to all around the map, and that gave them the full access to the jungle of Zane. So he was not able to properly bring his own performance back up as well on this Joy, because you know Joy needs that early game. He wants to be the one to farm up early on and control the pace of the game. But all in all, nice game played by Renta. I just have to wish them all the very best for the future. Right, on the other side of the spectrum, yes, it's AKKE finally looking resurged, finally looking clean.
True. Because right now it should all be about AKKE, since we will of course be getting interview with one of their players, right? And yeah, they look refreshed. They look more ready than they used to look before. This was definitely one of their strongest showings that we had so far. And we will be right now welcoming Toby over to the interview.
My man, finally back, Toby, after a long time. How are you feeling?
Well, it feels good to finally again come up with the win. So yeah, it feels good. It feels good for sure.
All right, so you know what? Yeah, go ahead, Warren. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. Thank you for the pleasure of doing that. Well, Toby, how does it feel? That has to be the first question. How does it feel to be the strongest Polish squad that rightfully has the bragging rights, right? Because right now you showed everyone you are the better Polish squad. So how does it feel?
Well, I don't want to say that I am better in terms of anything else than playing, but yes, sure, I can say that we are now the best Polish squad after achieving that win. So yes, sure.
All right, my man. Yeah, thank you for that, Foreign. So, Toby, last time you were here, you mentioned that your team is the best, and you feel that you'd be able to easily close out those games, right? What went wrong for the team that you ended up losing to, and now are just one series away from elimination?
Well, what should I say? I think is that there were mistakes that has been done, especially in those two games that we couldn't close them because those games weren't bad. Those games weren't going bad, and I don't think the need is here to feel bad about those games. But the only thing that is making them so disappointing, so frustrating, is that we didn't close them when we should have. And I believe that that was the crucial part that wasn't clicking. Like it wasn't mistakes from my teammates for sure, but like in one game it was mine. So
All right. Since you're on the topic of closing the games, right? This has been one of the key points of discussion for everyone on the desk that AKKE has got a brilliant macro, micro, good early mid game, and then they fail to close it in the late game. So
yep.
how are you guys fixing that? How did you fix that? Because in the third one with 10,000 gold lead, it looked really clean. So what changes did you implement to close out those games?
Well, we've had coach before. We now have a new coach as well, but we were having a conversation about those games. What we should have done differently. That should be the thing that should be clicking in those games, and basically that's something that's happened in these two games that we've played today, because we just did what we should have done in the other two games that we didn't. So yeah.
All right, Warren, over to you.
Well, right now you will be moving right into the spot where, of course, you are again still fighting tooth and nail. It will be those BO3s, right? But you will be moving into that spot with the rest of the teams that you could be matched up against. Do you have kind of the idea of which teams are already there? And which one of those you would love to face? Is there some team that you are scared of?
I think that there are teams that should be looked out from, because there are strong teams that will be coming into 1-2 section, and for sure we are preparing ourselves. We are trying to be on the strong foot in those games, so we will be doing preparations on those teams. And yes, we are aware that the competition still in the section 1-2, let's still call it like that, is gonna be hard. So yes.
And is the team that you are most scared for Misa Esports, right? Because right now they are moving into the 1-2. So are you scared about them the most, or is it someone else?
Well, I would do just something like yeah. Okay. Let's just say yeah. Okay, that's the team that we are most afraid of. Yes, sure.
All right.
Sure.
All right. So
Even after their performance today, you know, like they kind of honestly have to give credits to Teeniyi Bambusel. They definitely stepped up. Of course, you must have saw that as well, since all of us saw that. So maybe Misa Esports not so bad after all. Maybe they are worse.
Well, that's the thing, Warren, because I was driving the car when the game of Teeniyi Bambusel was on with Misa Esports, and I didn't see the game. I just heard like from guys that like what happened. But honestly, like it kind of is something that could be something good for us if we will be matched up against Misa Esports. But I must say that Teeniyi Bambusel is just like proving others that it is a really strong team, like really, really strong, and they do learn from their mistakes. Like there was Hanzo in the relegation promotion when we played against them. They didn't take it more. Like they once won with it, once lost, and they didn't take it again. So they learn from mistakes, and it could be seen probably, because as I said, I didn't watch the game. I will be watching the game, but like that's what I wanted to say about Teeniyi Bambusel.
All right, thanks for a very draining answer, and back to you, Scared.
all right, Toby. I know it's fine. Warren is just pulling your leg, my man. Don't worry about it. He's got some nasty long questions that are longer than those answers. So that's the thing. Yeah, I know, right? All right. So since you've got a new coach, right? You mentioned about that. which player in your roster right now has significantly improved after the addition of the coach?
I believe that would be myself.
Oh, shots fired on yourself. That's nice.
How
I mean,
so?
it's not that there's been shots fired on myself. Like, it's just about like our roster right now. Our team essentially is a really, really strong one. All of the guys are on the top-notch level. I wouldn't say that they are the best, they are flawless and stuff like that. They are just on level that shows that they can be called pro.
Mhm. Seems like Toby's stuck out here. Yeah. All right,
Yeah,
it's fine. It's fine.
I think he
Yeah,
drove away with his car, I believe. I think he's back in the car, actually.
hopefully he was not playing the game while he was driving the car. All right, Toby.
Let's hope for it.
I think so. I can hear him. Hello, Toby. Are you here?
Yes, I'm.
All right. My man is back again. All right. So, if possible, could you repeat what you were saying there? You just mentioned that they're on a level where they could call them pro.
Yeah. Okay. So in this part, so I basically said that of course they do mistakes as myself, but I do those mistakes much more often, and also I am a shoot caller. I try to be a shoot caller, and I need to learn how to properly shoot call. So I believe that influence of the coach was mostly visible on me, especially in those games today.
All right, that's absolutely beautiful, Toby. It's always a very fun segment whenever we get to talk to you. You're a very cheerful guy. It's super fun out here, and a very optimistic one there too. Thank you so much for hopping here. I wish your team all the very best because we would definitely want to see AKKE in the playoffs. Good luck for the
Scared
future.
to wait. We need to ask him something.
All right.
Toby,
Oh my God.
are you
Had
going
to
to
about
join the Zeddles challenge in the Search Fit Club? Or are you already that ripped that you don't need it?
All right,
yes, of course I will be joining this adult Fit Club challenge. Yes, of course.
All right. Thank you for the last answer. And now, of course, you have the space to tell whatever you wish to the viewers, to your fans, to the fans of AKKE that are seeing your whole journey, right? Because you have been so long with the Surge, the same squad. I already said this once on the stream, but I love it. I love what you are doing with the team, right? Like you are sticking together, you are trying to improve. I loved it.
Well, what can I say? I thank all of the followers of AKKE and, of course, our supporters for supporting us and believing in us. I hope we didn't disappoint you today, and we promise you that we will deliver next time as well. But yes, again, thanks for supporting and stick with us. We will be here.
Perfect, my man. It's perfect. It's always a pleasure to watch you and your team play as well. And we wish you all the very best for the future. Looking forward for more games with you. And thank you so much for joining here, Toby.
Thank you very much.
All right. So this time he's going off by his own choice, not thanks to those internet issues. But man, AKKE, they performed so well today in both of those games. You thought the first one was clean with 10 minutes in the game. The second one was a 10,000 goal lead and even more clean. So you know that they are finally preparing super well.
And right now, we can definitely look over the Swiss format as it is right now, because right now we can see more teams that will possibly be eliminated. Not tomorrow, though, because tomorrow we will have those possible qualifiers, BO3s. Because Fake Time against Glitch Code, one of them will qualify. Jackpots against Teeniyi Bambusel. Will the team that was dominating Thunder Division win over the fresh blood of Teeniyi Bambusel? That's a question. And Oblivion, Eternal Oblivion against Revenant Order. The OGs against the new guys on the block. I mean, so exciting, super exciting for tomorrow. And of course, that third day, 16th, BO3s, we will see AKKE again against Minerva Fury. And one of those teams will be eliminated. Soul Angels against Omni Knights. One of those teams, the same story. And Honor against Misa Esports. What fun it was today, and what fun it will be tomorrow. Because tomorrow, 3 more qualify. Who do you think will qualify tomorrow? Give us some predictions, Gerd.
A big question mark out here, man. I think so at this point with the way how Teeniyi Bambusel performed. I don't know. I think so they can actually give a good competition to Jackpots, and I'm not really confident in them. But for Eternal Oblivion and Revenant Order, I think so I'm going to lean in a bit more towards Eternal Oblivion. I think so they've got it
Ooh.
in them to close it out. Glitch code and fake time. Difficult, but I think so I'm going to lean towards glitch code thanks to their depth in the hero pool and possibilities. So yeah, it's glitch code, Eternal Oblivion, and difficult one. You know what? Teeniyi Bambusel for me.
Man, I have to say, honestly, I also think that Teeniyi Bambusel could take it home because, you know what, like they are kind of on the victory streak, right? Because right now, they won their, not really victory streak, right? Well, yeah, really, actually, it was
They
victory
actually
streak
are.
because they were able to go through VoidKids, then they were able to go through Misa, and now they are on the verge of being qualified. So after this big first fumble against Revent Order, that was close one, they are now battling it through, whereas Jackpots are going the different way, right? They win it all, they were 2-0, they were thinking, oh, we are basically qualified, but then they fumbled, then they underestimated Memento Mori, and that ended up in a disaster. But maybe they will save the disaster tomorrow, or maybe the pandas will bite into their necks.
It's going to be a big one out here, though. Again, it's... think so that is one of the game which is supposed to be that proper best of 3, right? But a lot of focus will also be on the other part of the segment too, which are going 1-2, which we will see on Sunday night though. And fun fact here, Fake Time is another team which we really saw pull through all the way from the promotion relegation, and no one expected them to be here. And fun fact, against Glitch Code, this is also a team that came through the promotion relegation. So, and you could clearly see a lot of new faces out here who are ready to prove themselves up as we clearly have a look on another regular slots out there, ladies and gentlemen. From the last chance qualifier, we had Metashift and Misa Esports. Invited were Renta and Honor. Renta has been gone back home. Honor are still on their verge of struggle. Promotion relegation teams have been the ones to inspire all of us the most. Eternal Oblivion, AKKE, Teeniyi Bambusel, Glitch Code, Memento Mori out there, and along with them, Fake Time, where Memento Mori have already qualified. On the other end of the spectrum is Jackpots, Manevra Fury, Omni Glitch, Stolen Angels, VoidKids, who have been eliminated, and Revenant Order, who are all still on that struggling end, still trying to find their way to move all the way back up, right? And that is one of the big things. All the teams of Thunder Division, none of them have qualified with a 3-0 scoreline. And that clearly shows you the amount of competition that there is.
Oh, absolutely. But before we wrap it up today, I would love to take home one more statement before we wrap it up, right? Because Fake Time, I have to bring it up all the time. Fake Time, they said in their interview that they believed that they were supposed to beat Glitch Code back then in promotion relegation. So now it's their time to take a sweet revenge on Glitch Code. So honestly, the first game tomorrow, the first series tomorrow is so hyped that for sure you have to be here right from the start. Because if you are not, you will be missing out on a crazy story.
Yeah, a crazy story. Absolutely. You'd not want to miss out on that. And the fun fact is, ladies and gentlemen, you also have a lot of giveaways available for the Saber skins. First of all, you can hop in on Instagram. You'll get to know the details about that. We have 10 winners, so 10 slots for you all to try and grab. And if you're all the people who are very good fitness freaks who want to be in the shape, you've got the ZL challenge that is going live right now. Don't miss out on that because you can rank up in real life, join the Fit Club, and win in-game prizes too. And also for all the clippers, right, who like to clip every single thing here and there, the clip contest is live on Discord. So share your good clips, your best plays, funny moments, all the fails, right? I'm pretty sure some of those moments you could pick it up from the stream as well. And if you can replicate it, go for it. No, it's normally just a one-time thing. You can join the competition, win out those kinds of skins, Do not want to miss out on those free skin options, ladies and gentlemen, because from tomorrow, it is going to be a good chance of qualification for 3 and then another do or die for the rest of them. While day after tomorrow, we will have the eliminations yet again. And who doesn't love a lovely MLBB action out? And catch all of that only on the Surge Europe channels. Follow us on our social medias as well. This was Warren. Alongside with him, it was me, Scared Yet. We also had some new faces, Synchro on the desk, along with Zakota, who's one of the oldies out here. Also had some new things in his background. If you want to catch that all, join us tomorrow. Till then, bye-bye.